Well, I made it. I'm live. Hello. Hi, welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm Nikki. Um, Not sure what we're talking about tonight. I have had 3 days worth of really wicked migraines. 3 solid days of it. Anyway, how y'all doing? Welcome to my crazy life. Yeah, the targeting has been pretty bad. Hey Kai, how you doing, sweetie? I look like death wormed over, but I'm here. I'm here. Anyway, if you have questions about ETs, we didn't get to talk on Monday about death, dying, and grieving process. That was what my goal was, and 7 hours in, and I never got there. Kind of how my life is. Anyway, plus we had so much negativity in chat that I wanted to be sure. Sorry, I'm trying to get my chewable B12 down. Anyway, we had so much negativity and trolls in chat that I wanted to be sure that all of the trolls, the comments, were removed, which is one of the reasons why I was on for so long on Monday. And I'm very thankful for the mods that I've had, past mods and new mods. So thank you. I humbly and gratefully say thank you. So the lighting is different tonight, which totally sucks, but it is what it is. At least it's light. And it is a daylight light bulb. Anyway, so grieving and thank you, Para. Yeah, it was a hell of a 7 hours and 39 minutes. For me it made history. It's the longest live I've ever done. And I cannot medically do that tonight. It's just too much. I'm on a migraine med right now, and you can tell in my eyes. My eyes are glassy-eyed, although I don't know if it comes across on camera. But anyway, and glassy-eyed because of the migraine. So I'm so thankful for the migraine med. Anyway, so if you want to talk about, okay, Jack Carter. And be with you too, Jack. Thank you. Champlain. Hello, Champlain. Or Champlain. Anyway, I hope you all are doing well. I hope you've had a good week. It's been a wild week for me. To say the very least. I've had extensive... I've never experienced the government asshats. Regarding the targeting, I've never experienced the government asshats as bad as they were during this week. I mean, they were off the charts. I've got so many logs written in of them. I don't know exactly how they were doing it. Hey, Ryan. And... I can't tell if that's Il9PO or... Anyway, good morning to you. From Japan. Oh, wonderful. That's awesome. Thank you for being here. And from Scotland. Hello, Jay Lee from Scotland. Anyway, wherever you're coming from... Hello, Dark. Wherever you're coming from. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki Jacobs. Psychic medium. I'm off the clock regarding the psychic stuff. If it comes through, it comes through, but I'm not dealing with my psychic stuff tonight. It's too much on the migraine stuff. Dad G1, that is not nice. We're taking that out of there. I'm not dealing with that kind of stuff. Anyway, so, and Ryan Dixon, psychic, laugh out loud, fake. No, not fake. I've got too many people to discredit you, not me. Anyway, I think I'm going to leave that in there. No, actually, Ryan, they're not all fake. Do you know how many people that I know that are psychics and that are damn freaking good at it? They are really, really awesome at it. It is an ability. It's part of the clairs, but I'm not going to get into all of that. Anyway, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. Don't comment. If you don't believe in it, then move along. Hello, Monaghan, Mug, and Vince, and Jamie. Yes, oh no, I'm not doing psychic stuff tonight, Jamie. I can't. I've had a migraine. Hello to the 40 and the 4. Thank you for the 4 on the likes and the 40 coming in. So tonight, yeah, the targeting I've never experienced it as bad as it's been. Regarding the asshats, the government asshats in Astral, it was about every 10 minutes. I had 4 days where it was just really, really into intensity. Anywhere from every 10 minutes popping in and out of here to every 30 minutes, every hour. Your English is fine, hon. Don't worry about it. Palm reading is something different. That's a totally, completely different skill. Thank you for that question, though. Oh, that's a good point, Para. Hello, Tio. I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but that's how I am pronouncing it, and if it's wrong, I do apologize. So, anyway, regarding targeting, oh, Ryan, you're out of here. You will not talk like that to one of my mods. No. That, you're gone. You are banned from this channel. No, I'm not putting up with that shit. You will not talk like that to one of my mods. Oh, I couldn't begin to explain King Saul, why King Saul died. Anyway, Starflower, hello to my chat. Be respectful. Just be sure you're respectful. Anyway, and I haven't read all of that. But anyhow, so the targeting has been very, very wicked, to say the very least. And I'm very thankful for the different methods of protection that I've been using. Apparently, I made one of the female government asshats in Astral cry because I outed her as being pregnant. She didn't know she was pregnant. I don't remember her name. I've got it written down somewhere. She's 32-year-old. Anyway, and I made a statement on, thank you, I appreciate that. I made a statement on my Facebook page, public statement, I mean a very public statement, stating that she needed to get out of the organization because they unalive their own. And I've been witness to it unexpectedly, and the only reason why I know witness is because of the fact that one of their own came in seconds after she was unalived by her own fiance or partner or whatever the hell he was. And when she came in, I saw everything. I saw it. I saw how it was done, and psychically I saw it. So when these people are coming in and out, hello. I mean, Johnny wanted to know how it is that I knew what I know about him, about Scott. Scott is another asshat, and so who's been coming and going. How did I know about him? How did I know about all of that? Hello, you're dealing with a psychic medium. So this week, they got extremely vicious with me. Magnum Blonde, hello, how you doing? Yeah, it's just, but they're unaliving their own. And the one in control of this specific program, as somebody very public, I finally found out who it is. I cannot say his last name, otherwise I will be legally in major trouble. But I'm calling him Johnny. And do I know where, thank you about the necklace. Do I know where he's located? I know the states. Do I know the actual locations yet? No. But if he shows up, then yeah, I'm going to be able to know it. So anytime these, and there's like 3 new ones. So there's at least 6 people now. There used to be it used to be 2. It went to 3. Now we're up to 6 government asshats coming in and going to see what the F I'm doing and what I'm talking about and who I'm talking to. And I've had to cover my phone repeatedly when I've been on call or video calls because these asshats have come in and they want to know who I'm talking to and what I'm doing. Well, F you. These people are innocent. I am the one that you're targeting. Don't frickin' go after them. They don't have any goddamn thing to do with it. Any of it. People are asking me for help and I'm responding in the best way that I can at times. Sometimes I will tell them I can't get back to you yet. Oh, speaking of which, that just reminded me. I was supposed to get back to somebody today and I totally frickin' forgot until just this second. And that's because of the migraines. I've got 2 people that I got get back with, and I'm not naming them. And okay. So yeah, there's that aspect of it too. And keep journal notes. I mean, this is blank stuff right now, but keep journal notes. If you've got stuff going on, if you are a targeted individual, and I do talk about this, Ty BG, who are, oh, hey, Joe. Can't say F, but can say GD. Yeah, okay. Okay, Google user 1079, that's none of your frickin' business, and that's not, wow, okay, apparently somebody else has to take him out, because thank you, Para, yeah, I, for whatever reason, don't have that ability right now. That's interesting. So they're shutting certain aspects of that down. Namaste, Milan. Milan? I used to know Milan. This was a kid back in the 90s. Magnum Blonde, thanks for watching my singing video. I may have, I don't remember right now. I don't remember the names of, there's a lot of, but if I have, you're welcome. There's a lot of videos I watch, a lot of things I listen to. So yeah, If I have or if I've commented, I'm glad you've shown up. I'm glad you've checked me out. If you've got questions, ask. I watched it. Awesome. I just got a notification. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I love you deeply. Who are you, and why would you say that to a stranger? Oh, I'm sorry about your fur baby. Um, no, I can't possibly be the most, but thank you. Um, Yeah, I agree, Clifford. Clifford just said a lot of targeted individuals for different reasons. All depends on what makes them targeted. I know what makes me targeted. When I was, here we go again, when I was somewhere between 17 and 19 years old, my family was loaned for approximately 18 hours a ufology book that was supposedly government and usually money. No, it wasn't money. It was a complete book on ufology. And it was every document that the government had ever written, put into book form, and then it was somehow gotten out of the government. I don't have a goddamn clue. I did come across a man in black who I ended up being on two live broadcasts, two live streams, I guess is what they're calling it, with James Rink. And I got to talking with the MIB afterwards. Yeah, I read the book. And what I couldn't read, I've got a photographic memory, which is why yeah, I understand, Joe. There's a lot of things I want to be able to say and, would hope I wouldn't get banned, but I know how YouTube is. I know how government is. So that's a whole different thing. Okay, Miss MK Ultra. As far as I know, I'm not MK Ultra. I am my lab. So I'm an experiencer of my lab and forced participant in SSP. Anyway, between 17 and 19 years old, my family was unexpectedly. I kicked out a woman that I call psychic bitch from hell, and she was doing corporate espionage using her psychic abilities. And at 17, 18, 19 years old, she entered my home because my mother was working for the company. She was a secretary, and the psychic came in to check on every single. It's okay. My lab is spelled MI capital L A B. It's a military laboratory or military lab. Yeah, look it up. But it goes right along with MK Ultra and a couple of other government things. But anyway, so at 8 years old, I became or at 8 years old that I remember so far, they targeted me and put me into their frickin' program. And for whatever reason, they couldn't mentally break me. I do not have alters that I'm aware of. None whatsoever. I'm 57 years old and I don't have any. And I'm not military in the least. Whoever's talking about TITS, remove that now. Since I can't, so one of my mods that are in here, you need to remove that. It's put out by Be Happy. I will not put up with that. No. So you don't look a day over 30. Oh, I appreciate that. Anyway, so here we are with the psychic bitch from hell, in my home coming in astral, and my mom and I are sitting in the living room watching TV. She's got a bowl of popcorn, and I've got a bowl of popcorn, and we're watching, I don't remember what frickin' 1980s TV show we were watching, but we were watching an 80s TV show. And she comes walking in through the sliding glass door. And I literally put down the bowl. I almost dropped it. I almost threw it across the room. Okay. There we go. Now I can remove it. I don't know why I couldn't remove it before. There we are. Remove. Okay. So far we've been okay with... and there goes the nose. Damn it. I'm starting to get the drippy nose. Anyway, so I apologize for having to wipe my nose on camera. Anyway, so here she comes walking in. I put the bowl of popcorn down and stand up to her, and I said, "Who the hell are you?" And this woman was over 6 feet tall. So she was, when she came in, she was just piece of work. I said, "Who the hell are you? You will get the F out." And I didn't swear back then. I was not into swearing a lot. I said shit or damn every once in a while. But I'm trying to ignore the moronic ones. Anyway, but thank you for that, Joe. I appreciate it. Anyway, so here we are, and I am standing up to this woman. My mother's in shock because she didn't know that I had that ability, and I knew that I had some ability, but I had no idea that I could see this woman like I could see her. I mean, I could see what she looked like psychically, and she was so stunned that anybody could see her in astral because she'd been doing what she'd been doing for years without consequences. And here I was, this little 17-year-old, 18, 19-year-old girl who was just being, I mean, I'm like, "You will get the F out of my house right now. I don't give a shit who you are." And I was like, "If you don't leave, I will make you leave. I don't know how, but I will make you leave." And she looked at me like just absolutely in shock and awe. And I mean, she hit the mode of, she pissed me off. And I look at, ever since then, that was my very first experience regarding somebody entering my home in astral. I had been astral traveling for about a year by that point. I'd been slowly teaching myself, training myself to do it. And I thank you for the beautiful remark. I do appreciate that. And it basically became this nightmare situation to where they threatened my mother with her job. They threatened a bunch of astral, A-S-T-R-A-L. If you do not know what that is, please look it up. And the reason I started astral traveling was totally and completely because of a very famous actress who wrote a book that my mother had read. And my mom said, "You might want to read this." And I'm like, okay, whatever, not happening anytime soon. And it took me, I don't know, about another 8 months, close to a year before I picked up the book. And I picked up the books. I must have been about 15 at the time. So I picked up the book somewhere around 16 years old, started reading it, and she gave a very basic description. And what was the book's name? It was Out on a Limb by Shirley MacLaine. So for me, It's because of Miss McLean that I got into astral travel. Now, do I do it now? No, I haven't. The last time I did astral travel was because of a dear friend of mine named Robert White. Everybody knows, or most everybody knows who that is. That is typical in my chat. He's a dear friend of mine, and knew that I was deeply missing one of my hybrid children at the time, and said that he had found him, and this was a Christmas gift for me. And I have no idea if she was or not Chris Dakota. I have no idea. But anyway, so regarding the person, oh, you're back. No, we're done. I'm not dealing with, are you trying to deal with breasts and all that kind of stuff? If you've got fine, you have your own. I'm not dealing with people like that in my chat. I will not do that. Don't come into my chat and start talking that crap. No. We're not doing any sexting or any of that crap in my chat. I will not put up with it. You have your own fetishes. Deal with it elsewhere. Do not deal with it in my chat. Anyway, or if you attack a mod of mine, no, you're out of here so damn fast. So anyway, so my friend Robert said, I have a Christmas gift for you. And that was a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, whatever it was now. Hello from Mexico. Hello. So he went and so that was the last time I was astral traveled. Prior to that, it had been years. Another friend of mine helped pull me out of my body, so to speak, so that I could do it. What is a hybrid child? Extraterrestrial human hybrid child. So very good question. Go back through my other live, or they were live broadcast replays, and you will find out. Hello, Lovejoy. Hello to all the others that have been coming and going. If I don't say hi to you, there's a lot of people in chat. I'm not getting to everybody right now. So basically, here I am standing up to this woman, the 6-foot-tall woman who was in astrals in my home. And she's like, holy shit, somebody can see me. And then not only did they threaten my mother's job, and me, essentially, my mother got ordered. If my mother did not bring me to her workplace, they would fire her on the spot. I'm sorry. I take great issue with that. Anyway, come to find out, this psychic had set up traps for me. She was also doing forms of magic, is what I'm going to call it. I don't know what else to call it. Well, I do know what else to call it. I'm just not going to name it right now. And basically, okay, hang on. My lips are way too dry. They're driving me nuts now. Hang on. Oh, that's better. Okay. So I ended up going, and she had set traps for me to see if I could get through them, or to see if it would injure me. And I went flying right through them. My mom didn't have a clue as to what was going through. Yeah, she was a form of I'm not going to, breaking the matrix. I'm not going to repeat that word right now, but yeah, she was. I do believe that. But you got to remember she was also she was a corporate spy, essentially, is what she was doing. She wasn't just there to check on what the employees, because she was checking on all the employees that were working for all the employees working for this company. She was also doing corporate espionage on other companies. No, she wasn't doing remote viewing. She was going into Astral and actually into other corporate businesses, offices, and she was doing espionage. I mean, true espionage. And this couple that owned the company was paying her quite well to do this for them. And so that's how I ended up coming across this book. My mom specifically so there were 4 of us in the family that had our hands on this book. 3 of my family, those 3 other family members are now dead. Both my grandparents and my mom are now deceased. My mom died last year, February of 2025. And I basically got to, there was a video involved as well about ufology. But what my mom was specifically told was that this book was from mega multimillionaires. They weren't billionaires at the time. They were from, I know who Sabrina Wallace is. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And thank you, Yellow. I do appreciate that too. So she meaning the psychic bitch from hell, as I call her. Oh, and she has checked in with last year, her soul. So she's dead now. And she came in when I was in the bathroom. Of course, they all hit me when I'm in the bathroom. And I'm get done and I'm washing my hands and she's like, I've been watching you from this side. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I knew that she was dead. I suspected. I didn't know for sure. But she confirmed it. And now I understand why she did what she did, because of where I'm supposed to be now, and where I'm going in my future. But, and what I'm supposed to be doing. But at the time, it was quite the, if I remember right, Sabrina Wallace deals with SSP, amongst a number of other subject matters. I don't remember all of it right now, but anyway, the book that I read was called Out on a Limb, and it was written by Miss Shirley MacLaine. I highly recommend the book. It was it gave very basic stuff, that how she was taught from folks in another country, and she had seen extraterrestrials. According to what she wrote in the book, she had seen extraterrestrials. Worth the read if you're into real basic information. It's not basic information, believe me. But at the same time, if you're new to this information, yeah, I would recommend that book. But there's a number of other books I would highly recommend. Of course, which I can't think of the names of. There's a author, when I was on the UFOI team, one of our members who is now deceased had brought a book to recommend Ardee, Ardee, Six Killer, Ardee Six Killer. I can't think of the last name. It's an actual person's name, and I don't remember the title of the book right now. And I don't have all my books are in storage, or almost all my books are in storage. Sorry for the squeaking of the chair. I'm dealing with a very old chair that needs to be replaced. A lot of things that need to be replaced right now. But anyway, and in that book, there's discussion from other countries of extraterrestrials. I highly recommend this author. She's another one. I can't remember. Stephanie, if you're around, can you please, or my guides, please? It's like I can't quite grasp the last name. Ardee Six Killer something or other, and I can't think of it. Anyway, but that book also, that author also deals with it quite extensively, actually, with she's a native, I believe she's Native American, which is hence the reason the name is the way it is. Wonderful author. I highly recommend her. Anyway, or him. I can't remember if it's a her. I think it's a her. Anyway, so back to the story. So here this psychic medium is, and I'm standing in front of her, and I'm like, get that out of my house. My mother is horrified. And she ends up, it got really ugly. My mother stands up and says, "Who the hell are you talking about?" And two. And I said, "There's somebody here in astral. There's a woman standing here in astral." And I start describing her, and she sits, my mom sits back down on the couch or sofa, whatever you want to call it. And she's in absolute utter shock. And the woman leaves. And my mom looks at me and she's almost shaking. Now, this is a woman who doesn't get rattled very often. Very rarely did she ever... Six Killer Clark! Thank you! Thank you, Paramarv. Dr. Oh, she's got a doctorate now. Dr. Ardee, A-R-D-Y, Six Killer Clark, C-L-A-R-K-E. Wonderful author. I highly recommend her. Anyway, go check out her books. First book, Field Ufology, Encounters with Yes, that's the one. Okay, I gotta stop my chat here. Her first book in the field of ufology was the bestseller Encounters with Star People, Untold Stories of American Indians. Yes, that book. Wow. If you are an ET abductee and you've been abducted by any one of the Greys or a number of other, even mantids, if I remember correctly. I may be wrong on that. It might be one of the other books. But anyway, read that book. It is it's an easy read. It's a super easy read. I'm not doing, clever. We're not doing that. Yeah, they are, Joe, they are unknown aircraft. However, there are real extraterrestrial ships out there. I've been on board some of them. Hello, amazing cat. Anyway, the point being with all of this is do your research. Here's this woman in astral coming in, and essentially, because I kicked her out and my mom was just absolutely horrified and truly deeply scared, it was then that my mother started telling me what it was like for her at work and what had been taking place and how some of the other employees had seen this woman be able to telekinetically throw an electronic typewriter across a table. Okay? This woman had serious abilities. Rand, you're being removed. I'm not dealing with that crap. Can you tell me if I have been abducted? But no, because I'm not dealing with the psychic stuff right now. And so, my mom was terrified. I mean, point very blunt, she was truly terrified of being where she was working. And she had to be there because we needed the income, and she was going to school for computers at the time. This is somewhere between, this is 1986, 1987, somewhere in there. And honestly, I don't remember what age I was, somewhere between 17 and 19. So I'd been astral traveling for a little over a year by that point when this whole situation arose. So because of that, they threatened my mom with her job and essentially me, although my mom didn't tell me that. I found that out later. And I ended up finding out what this woman could do, and she had set a trap for me coming in. Coming into the building. And during the week before, there were a number of things that I unexpectedly told a girlfriend of mine, and it was because of her, a high school friend of mine, that she's like, then you need to talk to somebody that I know. Come to find out, the individuals that I talked to knew this family intimately and knew the owners and knew how to deal with the situation at hand. And they started teaching me in less than a week's time how to protect myself. And I was a very fast learner. And yeah, astral traveling. And so basically, but I wasn't dealing with astral at the time. I was up against this very hardcore psychic medium. And I was taught, and thank God I was taught by these individuals, a number of them, in fact. And it was, if it were not for them, quite honestly, I don't know where I'd be right now because of dealing with the kind of things that I ended up dealing with at that meeting. So my mom took me in. If you go into my other previous past live broadcasts, I do talk about this. They are in the description boxes. In 2025, after my mom died, I stopped doing description boxes. I'm trying to get back in and do the timestamps in the description box. So there's that side of it. So I will get back to that. So you will see me talk about this. That is in timestamps in the description boxes below. You just got to find the right one. And you'll hear about the entire, more in detail than what I'm giving right now. But basically, here's this, what I call the psychic bitch from hell, in which she's laughing right now. She thinks that's so fucking funny. I didn't know that you were here. I'm getting told, well, you're talking about me. Anyway, and your energy, why is your energy different? Energy is slightly different than the last time you were here. Anyway, so she set this trap for me, and I blew through all the traps through. She did some kind of magic and had these traps set for me. And I ended up with a horrible headache because of them, but I went right through them, and I was like, there's no way in hell my mother's walking first through this door. Once we crossed the threshold once we crossed in the vehicle, crossed the threshold of the driveway, there was an energy on the property, an energy protection barrier, but it was directed at me. And I knew it. I could feel it was very, very specific. And it was painful. It was not fun. Excuse me. But I got through it. And I went, she knows we're here. She goes, well, yeah, there's windows up there, Nikki. And I'm like, no, Mom, this is different. She knows we're here before we even, and I'm like, she's got up protection barriers. And I went to grab onto the handle of the door, and she had wired the door. She had wired the frickin' doorknob with a specific kind of energy, and it was a form of dark. Ouch! Gotta move my hand, not my hand, my leg. It was a specific form of magic, and when I described what I did in detail to people who knew extensively about magic and dark magic in 2018, they told me exactly what kind of magic it was. I'm not going to describe what it was, but it was wicked. I mean, she was using it in a very, very wicked form, and it was quite shocking to me, and no pun intended, although it did shock me, but no pun intended. And when I met her, I had to, one of the things that I was taught was to keep my mind blank. And I'm like, how the hell do I do that? There's self-talk. I have self-talk. And basically, thank you, Para. And basically, it came down to the point to where what was told to me, well, try using a chalkboard, like those old-fashioned chalkboards that flip one side and flip to another. Imagine the chalkboard, imagine a board like that. But imagine, instead of a chalkboard, imagine it completely black, and then walk into it. And completely black room, surround yourself in blackness. And that's what I did. Super easy for me. I mean, that was like kid stuff for me. It was I almost wanted to say simpleton, but it was truly easy peasy for me. Shelby, that's incorrect info. Sasquatch are originally made by the fallen angels. No, that's not true. And yeah, fallen angels are real, but that's the information that this person is saying. That's not it. That's inaccurate info, according to what I know from the ETs. Anyway, so, and I'm not getting into that, but anyway, the got up the stairs because it was 2 stories. 3-story. No, it was a 3-story building, so we went all the way to the top. Yeah, I had to think about that a second. Anyway, and she wanted me to shake her hand, and I just stood there. And I'm like, bitch, you ain't touching me with a 10-foot frickin' pole. I said hello, and she tried to probe my mind. Telepathically, she tried to enter my mind. And here I am, standing, imagining myself, well, it wasn't hard, it was super easy, standing in a complete black room. And nothing there. And she looked at me, and what did she say to me in my head? She goes, "You are good." Now, this is a woman who was being paid high amounts of money to do what she was doing. And the 2 owners of the business came out, and we all met. And I remember saying something to the effect of, "You wanted to meet me? Why?" And it was something to that effect. And I said, well, I'm here. And that was it. I mean, she wanted to know who, and what I didn't understand back then that I understand now is she tried to attach some kind of attachment to me. And cold day in frickin' hell, I was very protected. She tried to do other things. I don't even remember what those other things are right now. And somebody's telling me you need to write a book on this. Yeah, all this stuff is already written up. I just don't have it in book form yet. Yeah, I say that too. Somebody just, stories in the, for whatever reason, my eyes aren't reading the rest of that. It says, thank God you were protected. Yeah, I do. Just an FYI, everybody's got their own angels, and they've got their own guides, and yeah, I'm very, very thankful. Okay, no political in here. Pecan salad. Inglenook, is that what that says? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, it was quite the experience. That was my very first experience with hardcore psychic with that kind of. Oh, I did say it correctly. Thank you for clarifying, for saying yes to that. I appreciate that. So see, with a migraine and being on migraine meds, I'm really surprised that my eyes are even functioning properly at the moment regarding that. So I do appreciate that. Anyway, oh, good grief. Thank you, Para. So that's how we came across the government book on ufology, because the owners supposedly either owned the book or knew people who had the book. And less than a week later, my mother called an immediate emergency family meeting. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Hang on, maybe not. Whoo! Hey, God. Whoo! Wow, okay. Maybe not. So in that emergency meeting, she came home with a very large brown paper grocery bag, and inside the grocery bag was this book and a videotape. And she had rented, because you got to remember this was in the mid to late 80s, VCR. And VCRs back then were as big as some of these pillows. I mean, that I've got sitting here. I mean, like, they were huge. And in order to rent something like that, you had to, oh God, you practically had to give your right nut and left boob and right off your firstborn, essentially, in order to rent one of these things back then. And because we were basically essentially living in poverty. So my mother, to be able to do this, I don't know how she got the money to do it. It was a big deal. And hello to all those who are coming in and going out and coming back in again, and those who are staying, hello. And so we watched the video, and she, as soon as the video ended, and it was an hour, I'm trying to remember how long it was. Maybe it was 45 minutes. She was directly ordered to have us watch the video first, and then bring out the book. And she followed through exactly with what she was ordered because she was terrified they were watching her. And especially with what happened within our own home. And yeah, I agree with that, Jose, but I'm not dealing with that right now. And so, anyway, the point being is she brought out the book and it went through my grandfather, my grandmother, or step-grandmother, and then into my hands. And so approximately maybe, 2 hours after, 2 hours after my mom, I don't know how to say this. I just have a brain fart. I just don't know how to say it. It's not that it's just the words aren't there right now. I'm just trying to figure out the timing. Sorry. Anyway, I know how things went. I'm just trying to figure out how much time has gone by. But anyway, point being is that after the book went, because it went from my grandfather to my grandmother, then to me, because my mom had already seen it or had perused the book and or skimmed through it basically. And then she was telling us that, and my mom was telling us that this book, she was specifically told to tell us, and she turns around and she looks directly at me and she goes, I was specifically told to tell you, Nikki, that the book comes from, quote unquote, the collectors. And I'm like, what do you mean the collectors? They're mega multi-millionaires, the ultimate rich of this country, or of this, she didn't say of this country, of this world. That's how she worded it, of this world. And the other words that she used were ultra rich. And this book comes from them. These people know about this book. And this book is on loan. I have to return it. And it literally had every, it had, back then, they were, I don't remember how the photocopying worked back then, but they were all essentially photocopied and put into book form. Now, the other side of this story, and if you call bullshit on it, that's fine. I've been told so much crap about this book. I'm going to tell you something. In 2020, I believe it was, or 2021, on this lady that I knew, her name at the time was Lynn Wallington. Now it's Lynn Hurley. I don't remember the channel that she's got because she's changed the channel name, her YouTube channel name, I think twice or 3 times. Anyway, I think it's twice. Something 1776 now. Anyway, it's somewhere in my file folders on my channel. You will find. And no, we're not dealing with that person's name in my chat. That will be removed. That's, whoops, nope, wrong thing. That is not, Bubba, I'm sorry. I took out your question. Do you think the lady was associated with the collectors? Yes, I do. I took out the wrong damn thing. Thank you, Para. I do apologize, Bubba. I did not mean to do that. Who was the lady showing the psychic medium had specifically told this couple that owned the... I truly apologize. I don't typically do that. So it was the psychic medium, the one that I call the psychic bitch from hell, who was working for this couple. She is the one who specifically told this couple to loan this book out and get it specifically to me. My family needed to see it, but specifically I did. Now, why at the time, I didn't understand that. I didn't know that. I didn't remember that I was an ET abductee. I didn't remember that I was part of the U.S. government's and part of the global government's SSP program, which is secret space programs, which is now they're calling it out in the public Space Force, which to me, in my own personal opinion, is part of SSP, only they've made it public. I believe in my own personal opinion that they're using that so that they can say, oh yeah, this has been going on this entire time, but we're making now this public. So yeah, anyway, there's that. So I had my hands on the book somewhere between 15 and 18 hours in total. And I read as much as I possibly could. You got to remember, I've got a photographic memory. Okay, monkey doors, you're going out of there. I'm not dealing with that. Nope. What was on? Oh God, okay, so Lynn Wallington back then, not Lynn Hurley at the time, Lynn Wallington, she had a former MUFON executive or a state director on it. Anyway, oh my God, now I can't think of his name. I got a brain fart. I can't think of his name. Not Whitmore. I can't think of his name. I had it, now it's gone. Because I had to get the rest of the story out. Anyway, on that specific podcast, here she is. Yeah, I know I'm being spammed attacked. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. I don't remember what state. But he came out. She asked my question in chat because she knew that I had been trying to find, but it's in my file folders. If you go into my file folders of ufology or what shows I've been on, it's somewhere in my file folders and you will find it. And he's really well known. The guy is really well known. She asked my question about a well-known government book and if it was real. And he is the only person to come out and say that there was a book, essentially a secreted book. There were fake books out on the market, but there was a rumored to be a quote-unquote red book all on the entire history of ufology that the government has. And that's the book that I read. And ended up where I can't think of his name. I want to call him John Whitmore, and that's not his name at all. It's driving me nuts. Anyway, who wrote the Red Book? Well, get this. That's a great question. So this guy said that, God, it's driving me nuts. I cannot think of his name. But he said in MUFON, it was well known amongst not just the state directors, but in MUFON itself, that there was a rumored book that a real book on every single document that the U.S. government has ever written about ufology. And I mean, even the TR3Bs, the whole kit and caboodle, going back vast years. Well, when I looked at the book went back to 1933, 1932, 1933. That's over 90 years, people. 90 years. In ufology, not some 70 bullshit number. No, I name him, Para, on my Facebook, psychic medium page. You'd have to scroll down really far to find it. But, I put up the, and because I don't post a lot on that channel, I do post, but I don't post a lot. If you scroll really far down, you will find it, and it gives his name, and I state it on the title of the post, because I know you're a real good researcher. So host mind is strong. Yes, very strong. I'm not answering questions like that, Leo. I'm not. Ufology. UFO. LOGY is ufology. Ufology deals with UFOs. Thank you, Para. And it's not it's not what is the new statement, Para? It's the original term is ufology, and they're now calling it UFOlogy. I'm like, what the hell? It's very annoying. Anyway, Tom Whitmore, Tom Whit, something. I think that's his name. UAP. Yeah, that's the newest one. So, and UAP, in my opinion, is government based. Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon, says Chris Miller. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, so my point is that here this guy is from, yes, Tom Whitmore was a state director and just on with Dave not long ago. Thank you. Okay, so here's a channel you want to look out for. Go do your research. Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. It has a lot of ufology information on it. A lot of other things, too. Don't understand what the first letter in UFO means. Yeah, exactly. Unidentified. Anyway, so he had specifically stated that, yeah, there are fake books out there. Very well-known fake books out there. But there is a rumor that there is a real. Oh, somebody just said it's a cover-up now. Yeah, I know. One of my guides. No, that wasn't a guide. James? Holy fuck. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. One of my friends is here. I've got a lot of family, a lot of loved ones on the other side, and I was just kind of stunned. I was like, wow, your energy is very different. Wow, what the heck have you been doing? Your energy is really different. Anyway, apparently I've got quite a crew in it. Well, okay. They're not, yeah, they are in, I was going to say they're in a circle, but they're not. Then I was going to say they're in a half moon shape, but they're in a complete circle way high above me. They're like, kind of like above my ceiling. Wow. Watching down. Oh, you're my protection. Thank you. I got protection tonight. Cool. Anyway, that's nice. Hello, April. And if I haven't said hello to everybody, I do apologize. I'm seeing what I'm seeing. What happened after you got presented the book? Thank you, Yellow, for getting me back on track. I appreciate that. I'm surprised I'm even able to do this. New Orleans, Louisiana. Nice. Stay safe, dear. I say that to everybody who's ever gone through hurricanes and stuff. So anyway, point being, what happened after the book? I got to read multiple chapters of that book before I had to go back to school. Matter of fact, I think I got 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep that night, so that I could function in school, or at least semi-function. And I have a photographic memory. I went page by page by page. Now, what I've stated about that book publicly for a number of years now is that there are 2, potentially 3 chapters that I will not divulge because that is not the public's, and that could possibly put me into a treasonous act. There are certain things that are in that book that are absolutely should never be revealed, in my opinion. But I have threatened to reveal it because of the government asshats who have been targeting me. And if that meant jail time, I was like, okay, well, then it's going to be consequences, and that's what it is. They knew in the 1930s, 1940s, and into the 1950s, well over 66 extraterrestrials in the beginning. By the time I was getting through, and they had detailed descriptions. They had what kind of ships were coming and going. They had forms of propulsion. They had forms of, oh God, I'm trying to remember all of it. You had presidents signing off on this. You had people in the State Department signing off on this. People in all different walks of government agencies, DOD, or what we now know as DOD. There were CIA documents. There were, everything under the frickin' sun. I'm not joking when I say that. And it was not a red book. Although Tom had stated it was a red book. Oh, now that's funny. The geriatric millennial says hello from Bigfoot's house, aka Washington. Hello, I'm also in Washington. That was funny. I appreciated that. Anyway, it's the only one I've caught. Anyway, so yeah, I because I have a photographic memory, I went page by page and literally did this visual, what we would now call a screenshot, and made sure that I stayed a certain amount of time to register that. Well, this is why I've been targeted. Stories in the Inglenook. I'm in Washington too. Oh, that's awesome. So hello. So yeah, it just, whoa. I've got extra energy around me. No, it's a low frequency. It's a low frequency weapon. Very low frequency. They're trying to see what I can detect or not. Anyway, so dealing with the book, I saw it from the beginning to the end of the book. And what ended up taking place after that, I never saw what I call the psychic bitch from hell again. She never showed up until the day one day last year, 2025, where she came into the bathroom and said, "Yeah, I've been watching you from a distance, essentially." And I had been wondering, but because I'd been wondering for about a year and a half if she was alive or dead or not, she basically confirmed that, she had been dead for a while. Sorry, my lips get dry and then it starts bothering me, and I got to do the moisturizer stuff. Trying to remember everything. So, well, no, I've got it all in memory. And because of the people that I knew, I found out how to lock everything down. I've got I need to be drinking tea right now, or my water. I don't have my water set up. I was running late and I didn't want to be any later, so I didn't get my water set up. I drink lemon water with fresh ginger in it, amongst other things in it, to stay hydrated and to help protect in different ways. So anyway, so much information that I've got in me. And back then I didn't know I was part of, I didn't realize or remember. Now, granted, I had memories at 4 years old of the Butterfly Nebula. But when you're a teenager, you just shove that down. You remember it, but you just shove it down as part of a memory. And it's like, okay, then you start thinking of it as a dream. Well, because it happened when you were so little. Well, in 2018, 2019, I started remembering, simply because of NASA posting it was a James Webb Telescope image that they had posted, and somebody on Facebook had posted it, and it came up in my news feed, and I nearly dropped everything. I did drop things that I had in my hand, grabbed onto the counter because I was walking into the kitchen, and it triggered a massive amount of information for me. It opened up a massive amount of my memories. And first words out of my mouth were, I know that is the Infinity Galaxy. That's not the Butterfly Nebula. That was... It was such a shock. And by the way, I've copywritten that. That is mine. So if you use that anywhere, you need to credit me. Anyway, or I will, because that is intellectual property, and I will get pissy about it. Just saying that. Anyway, and credit goes to Nikki Jacobs. Now that's intellectual property is a really big deal to me. You're dealing with an old retired photographer, and that's a big damn deal. So anyhow, and I've learned the hard way. I've actually had an attorney try to steal my photographs. Pissed me the hell off. And he knew better. Frickin' knew better. Anyway, till I locked the pictures down. No way in hell. So that all said, that's how I ended up with all of this information was, and what I've realized since is that psychic bitch from hell, as I call her, I still call her that. I will probably forever call her that. She psychically saw what was going to be taking place in my life. Why do I care about your meds? Anyway, controlling, any thoughts on control? Yeah, people have the ability. I've seen people be able to create fire out of their hands. I've seen people be able to control water. So almost nothing surprises me anymore about humans and what we have the abilities. So, you might want to remove your birth date from that. Then, I mean, if you're doing that kind of stuff, that's kind of crazy shit to be putting on a public. Matter of fact, let's remove that. Especially one that will eventually go viral. I already know something that I do goes viral. I've seen it. I've psychically seen it. I just don't know which one. Anyway, they are trolling Nikki. Yeah, I get it. So, and thank you for saying it's just a good reminder. The trolls last Monday night were awful. Awful, awful, awful. So, yeah, it just gets, it's gotten wonky. This is why I've been targeted. Thank you. I appreciate whoever user is 4545 sending prayers. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Been multitasking. Hey, Michelle, how you doing, hun? Yeah, good day, by the way. That's right. You guys are, if you're in Australia or in another country other than the U.S. or Canada or Mexico, then yeah, that makes sense. You'd be a different time frame. Dangerous thing, cults are. That's what you asked, so I think dangerous things. Hey, Robert's in the house. How you doing, Robert? No, there's actually Para's been in the house. He's been checking on different things for me, Robert. So, and you were actually mentioned. So, Battleliner is one of my mods, so I appreciate that. Anyway, and somebody's asking me how's the migraine going. It's better right now, and I appreciate that. So I was being telepathically asked. Anyway, so did the crazy psychic do anything to you other than that? No. Though I know she kept an eye on me periodically. I felt it. And there were other people that I knew that were psychic as well back then that I didn't. I had no idea the amount of power and abilities. Oh, I forgot about that, Michelle. Thank you. I will do that when it gets really bad again. I'm not doing psychic work tonight. It's not safe for me to do it. If it comes through, it comes through. Like what I'm getting right now, periodically, I'm surprised I can even handle it. And I am going to say something. I made a public statement on my Facebook page, made it very public. Because of the targeting that I've experienced from government, knowing who is targeting me now, who they were, they are not that specific individual. They do not have that specific job anymore. Somebody else does. And Johnny Boy is not that name of that specific agency anymore or any time. They're heavily involved in other things. I missed that. Oh, you had asked a question. It wasn't Joe. Who the hell was it? I missed it. You completely took it out. Redacted. Okay. Ouch. So, yeah, it just, it's become really interesting with the targeting, and I don't know if she saw the targeting happening, but I know she definitely saw what I was supposed to be doing in the next few years regarding, it was a troll, okay, regarding that I'm going to be standing in front of Congress talking about the people who have been targeting me, talking about ufology, that experiencers will be talking. Go to the ER, in my opinion, if that's what's going on with you, masters of whatever. If that is, that's my personal opinion, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. Anyway, we're not dealing with that. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Para, because that deals with what I just removed. So, for the message, but he's still in chat. I just don't want to see that kind of stuff in my chat. Anyway, point being, here we are dealing with all of this, and it's been quite a eye-opening experience, especially Daniel Rogers. You need to get out of my chat if you do not believe this. I already have. I know Jesus himself. How's that for some apples, huh? And I remember him in that lifetime. So people that come in and yap at me about Jesus, no, we're not dealing with political shit in my chat. So it's been quite an eye-opening experience, and I honestly believe that the woman that I call the psychic bitch from hell, actually saw okay, I am going to respond to that. Jeff James, I have a medical condition. If you can't handle that, get out of here. So anyway, it truly has been an eye-opening experience regarding how the targeting has gone. The fact that what I have psychically seen, the stuff that's gone on now, I have predicted back in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Actually, there's a Joe. That's a Para. Keep that question up because that's actually a really good question. Joe, in about 10 to 20 minutes, remind me of that question. You're not being rude. That's a really good question, and I can't answer that. I just choose not to right now. There's because I want to get on with the rest of this. So, and I can't answer that. There are very good reasons for it. And you got to remember, I'm also 57. So the newer people in SSP, it's a very different ballgame. That all said, what I believe this psychic bitch from hell psychically saw from me, from what was going to be happening, what I have seen, and I'm going to go right into this, what I have psychically seen that I have predicted in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 is what's taking place in the United States right now. It will get worse before it gets better. It will get better, and there will be significant changes in the U.S. government. How? I don't know. I don't have a clue. I don't want to know. That's not my place to know that kind of stuff. But what I do know is that it does get better. There's significant changes, and in the coming years, Congress somehow, some way, will open up the avenue for people who are in SSP. It will open up for people who are extraterrestrial abductees to be giving testimony in front of them specifically about government, specifically about what very specific stories are in relation to government. Oh, stop it, stomach. Quit it. Sorry, my stomach just hit a major growl mode. Hang on 1 second. I gotta take a swig of iced tea. Okay, so that all said, I know that it happens. Do I know who the Congress people are? No, I don't have a damn clue. But I know that it does happen. I have been consistently and repeatedly shown that it takes place. And for my guides to hit me so hard with the information in a matter of 4 months' time, it's going to happen. I just don't have a clue as to how. But I do know that it's not going to be fun in the coming months. And at the same time all of that crap goes down in the United States, there will be some form of extraterrestrials extraterrestrials will be seen more this year. They themselves have told me that. Now, and so have some of my own hybrid children have told me that. So it's not, thank you, Para. It's not going to be easy for them, but I've also been told it does get better. It does. Everything does get better, Robin. If you can't handle it, yeah, then you're out. I understand that. But things do get better in the U.S. How and why, I don't know. I just know that it gets very bad before it gets much better. And things significantly change in U.S. government. And I know that the deep state is going down. I don't know how. I don't have a clue as to how. And quite honestly, I don't want to know. Because, hello, I've got a mouth on me. And I don't want to divulge that kind of information. And I know that I could potentially do that. So, okay, we're not doing political shit. So, yeah, it's just, it becomes, and the squeaking of the fucking chair, sorry. Anyway, things take place in the U.S. They take place globally. Things do get better. They get worse before they get better. That all said, other things in the U.S. that are not government related will also be taking place. And those are things like what I predicted in, I think, 2018, 2019 about tunnels. There's going to be more and more sinkholes. And I don't know why they're showing up. I can only imagine why they're showing up. But there's going to be more and more sinkholes. And those sinkholes... Yeah, stop. No. We're not dealing with the T name in this... we're not dealing with that in here. So, anyway... So sinkholes happen, they open up tunnels, and we will be seeing Terrans. Humans are known, off-world humans are known as Terrans, or at least from what I remember. But Terrans are also from inner Earth, forms of inner Earth. So, and I'm waving simply hello, simply because I don't have. It's the fastest. Yeah, I know. Thank you for that, Stories. I appreciate that. Yeah, and psychologically wise, I've dealt with. I was on a podcast with a psychiatrist, and she's like, "You're probably you're sane in comparison to what I deal with." She goes, "There's no problem with you," and I was like, "That I practically cried." Because it meant so much to me because I've been called so many horrible things. And I've got people in my life, family, who believe that I'm nuts, and that's okay. Fine. All right. So I don't have support in that way. But yeah, and that's very hard and it's extremely painful. It's very, very painful on my heart. But I get it. I get where they're coming from. I do. So that all said, we're going to have what we would think of as extraterrestrials coming out of inner Earth because those tunnels collapse. And there's going to be some tunnels that are going to be wide stretched from the southern border of Canada into the United States, into 2 states into the U.S. I've talked about, I don't talk about that one very often, but yeah, it's going to be happening more and more. And it's part of what I know about that regarding the sinkholes. The sinkholes that we're seeing more and more of now are because the soil cannot handle the amount of water. It can't handle the drainage properly anymore. But yeah, our U.S. government will get better, but it's going to take a lot of hard, diligent work from a lot of people before it does. And the ETs have said that them coming is dependent upon a number of factors. But supposedly, they have repeatedly, well, not supposedly, they have repeatedly told me that supposedly they will be coming and showing, yes, we do, parallel timelines, yes. Or at least I believe, personally believe, and in my opinion, I've experienced 2 that have just astounded me, and I don't talk about those because, well, I'm not talking about them. They're people. What I will say is people that I have known for a long time have told me that I have done certain things that I have never done. Not once in my freaking life, in my 57 years of life, have I ever done. And I'm like, and they truly believe I have. I've never once done anything like that. Hey, Pollyanna, how you doing, hun? Thank you. And so it's been absolutely astounding to me. And could I say that they're lying? Yeah, I could. But knowing what I know now, I now understand and look at it and view it as a parallel timeline. Some of us have walked through and have shifted into, and I don't understand how that's possible, other than the only thing that I can think of is the CERN crap that's been going on. What the hell is my scene? No, gods are not aliens. Extraterrestrials have their own versions of gods and deities that they believe in. Good question, actually. Something in the future. Okay, so if you have questions for me, logical, thought-provoking, critical thinking questions. Oh my God, that's in red. That's why I'm having more and more. Hang on a minute. Email me. Okay, is that better? Well, that's sort of better. Whatever. Anyway, I'm trying to find one that. Yeah, all right, whatever. Email me, restorebelief2022@gmail.com. Do you believe in free will? Yes, I do. Wow. You can't be respectful. You're getting the hell out of here. Not a clue right now. So what do the ETs believe in from your experiences? What do they think about human beliefs? Well, okay, there are certain races and species of ET who do believe in God and who do believe in Jesus. How's that? That was quite the eye-opener for me. And then there are vast others that absolutely do not. Some that don't, well, from how I understand it, there are some that don't believe in anything. And then there are vast others who do. They've got their own, I call them deities. I don't know what else to call them. They've got their own belief system and their own forms of prophets. I don't know what else to call. I literally do not know what else to call them. I can't handle that pink. Damn. That's because of the migraine shit. Crap. Okay, hang on a minute. I'm gonna have to. Oh, there we go. That I can deal with. So apparently my eyes are still sensitive, which means that the migraine is still going on, and thank God for the migraine meds. Do we have reptilians on Earth? Oh, yeah, honey, we've got not only reptilians on Earth, we've got there are many. Okay, here's the thing about reptilians. Not all reptilians are bad, not all reptilians are good, and not all reptilians are yeah, I've got a proton. I just don't remember what the hell it is, and I don't use it for anything but one item, and I don't even remember what the hell it is. But I don't talk about it. Anyway, so typically, that's the first time I've ever publicly stated that. But business-wise, when it comes to this kind of stuff, it's restorebelief2022@gmail.com. I don't know if we have reptilians in the U.S. government. It would not surprise me whatsoever. I do know that they're part of the deep state. There are different sections of the deep state that in the U.S. government specifically. I'm assuming in other sections of global government that it's potentially possible. I do know that some of the really negative, detrimental reptilians, or what we would think of as reptilians, are part of global governments and deep states across global governments. I do know that. And I know that for very specific reasons that I have not gone into. And other people can verify that. Okay. I pointed that out years ago. Yeah. Now, I know that not only from the specific people who've had specific, hardcore, mind-bending, mind-altering, horrific experiences with them because they were targeted individuals, and the negative, detrimental reptilians tried to use scare tactics because they can some of them can control human brains, others cannot. Not all extraterrestrials can control the human brain. Only certain kinds of extraterrestrials can do that. Hang on, I'm about to burp. Sorry. So, did Sumerian aliens have anything to do with the Bible? I have not a clue. All I remember is regarding Jesus. I saw him on the cross in that lifetime, that we're dealing with past lifetimes now. Yeah, I saw him through the streets. I saw him not streets, but anyway, I saw him through the street. I saw him up on the hill. I saw him. Okay, hang on. I gotta stop. I gotta stop a section of memory in my head because I can hear the freaking nails. I call them spikes. They're not nails. Anyway, oh, God. That's a memory I have a really hard time. And we had tears. I was there when it happened. And I was there when he died. And I know who I was. Okay, the tears are typically because right now I get on the emotional side when I go through migraines. So what I was going to say earlier is I made a statement. Damn it. I made a statement earlier publicly on my Facebook page. Crap, now I just lost what I was going to say. Oh, no, that one wasn't public. But I had a meltdown. What I was going to say publicly was that yesterday, because of my migraine, because it was so bad, because the targeting was so bad at the same time, it wasn't just the targeting. The migraine was so bad, I don't have very many of my tablets left of the migraine meds, and don't have the money to buy any more, and I don't get these very often. But this one was really bad, and I was frustrated, and I had a meltdown. And I don't have a meltdown very often. It is incredibly freaking rare for me to have a meltdown. And I did yelling and screaming, and I typically with migraines, I don't typically become emotional, but with certain kinds of migraines, I do. And this normally would not have happened. The tears would not normally have happened because of a memory. Not like that. But when you see somebody you know and respect, and somebody who has changed your life in that lifetime, in that past lifetime, yeah, it's going to cause some triggered memories and some emotions. And I was a male. I was a man in that lifetime, and it was, but to see him be alive, and how he had changed my life, and how people had followed him, and how the government then was just vicious. Oh, God. And how then they wanted to stop him. You talk about persecution and targeting. That's a form of targeting. Jesus on the cross was a form of targeting in a major way. So, how did y'all know you had a past life? I've talked about that so many times, Yellow, that you got to go back into all my past live broadcasts or live streams or replays of past shows. I hate calling these shows. But you got to go back through that, and you'll find, because I've talked about that. Good to be here today. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. So, and there goes the nose because I started with the tears. Hey, Angela. So yeah, I've seen an experience. Matter of fact, I just had I'm at 106 now. In the last 24 to 48 hours, I had another memory of another past lifetime, and then my guides confirmed it. And I was like, I was sitting on my bed. I nearly fell off my bed. I was like, what? I was who? I was what? And I mean, I saw things and then I asked not exactly who I was. I asked my guides not exactly who I was, but the subject matter, and I got told the subject matter, and all of a sudden floodgates opened, and I was like, "Oh my God, I was a female, I was this, I was that. I don't know who I was. I just know what I did in that lifetime, and it's calling up all the," and I'm like, "Oh my God, I've been on this planet too freaking long." It just kind of it was one that actually really stunned me, but it actually now makes more sense to me as to other past lifetimes going forward from there, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But and I don't have any idea how long I lived. I don't know. So I started doing research of the time period, and I was like, "Oh my God, that makes sense now. Why I was so drawn to this time period when I was a kid, and it's another one, and I put it on the back burner of the memories, and as a child, I was God, I was somewhere, but I was going to say 7 to 9 years old, but that's not right. I was more like 9 to 11 years old, and I was very drawn to that time period, and I couldn't understand. It made no sense to me. Now I understand it. I mean, I completely understand it, and I've got it. I've got books on it from childhood somewhere in my stuff. I have not seen chat, so I don't have a clue as to what's going on in chat. Okay, squeaky squeaky of the chair. You are. Oh, the Silver Wanderer. No, I'm not. Yeah, definitely angels. Yeah, so it's just yeah, spirit guides and no, not time traveling. This is dealing with past lifetimes. Do you believe in God, Jesus now? Yes, I do. Strongly, in fact. Yeah, you're welcome, Joe. Says, damn, this isn't the end. Damn good show, Nikki. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. I want to know if I had one too. Most everybody has had a past lifetime. Camden, hello. Now I weirdly, in 2019, is it 2019? No, 2018. God. 2018, 2019, I came across who was a young woman at the time, who, she and I don't get along anymore. She was on her third incarnation, and I had not met somebody so young before, and their mentality, their behavior, I mean, they were under 5, they were well under their 5th incarnation, and it was stunning to me. Absolutely stunning. The hell is this? It's driving me nuts. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a shadow. Okay, that makes sense. I had a zip there. That makes sense. But I'm like, what the hell is this? I look like I got a bruise going across my face. And it's a shadow. It's a stupid shadow. Okay, anyway. I'm doing great today. Jesus is awesome, brother. Everyone else. Anyone know how to see if we have past lives? I feel like I did. Yeah, most everybody's got one. Hi from Ireland. Hello, Angela from Ireland. If I had a message to the world, what would you say? Wow. You know, that's actually a really good question. That's something that I'm going to have to get back to you on. I'll try and remember, because I do listen back to these. I'm trying to get back into typing up the timestamps. I will have to get in, and when I listen to this again, I'll write that down and I'll meditate on it, and I'll put out a statement, because that's the only way I can think of how to. Because there we go. Now it says I'm live again. To do something like that on the spot is not going to get me anywhere. Reincarnation is a lie. No, actually, it's not, dear. But if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. What does it mean to be... Oh, God, I can't even begin to go there. Okay, can you connect with people over the chat and give your thoughts on them? Yeah, I can. I'm choosing not to because of Nissan. Hi, sweetie. How you doing, Christian? I'm choosing not to because of the migraine, and if stuff comes through 109. Wow, we had 109 and 49 likes. Oh my God, thank you, everybody. Anyway, my point is that if you do have questions, you can ask them. If I can answer them, I will. I'll be blunt if I can't, or if I'm choosing not to answer them for a specific. Hi, do you like frogs? Frogs. I used to pick up frogs and amphibians and reptiles when I was a kid. Yeah, they're fine. Matter of fact, I used to have a frog that used to come and visit me every year without fail. Little itty bitty brownish green. Well, he wasn't little. He was a big thing. He was a croaker, man. I mean, he just... when I was in photography, in the photography studio, when I was in college in the photography studio, there was a photographer who brought in a reptile guy. And he brought in all kinds of snakes, and they had a huge setup where the photographer, not the photographer, the model had to be wrapped in snakes. It was a really awesome photography shoot that he did. Sebastian was his name, if I remember right. I could be wrong. It might have been one of the other guys. Anyway, and Sebastian was a really damn good photographer back then. I have no idea where he's at, or even if he's still around, or what country he's in. Anyway, no, I think it was one of the other guys that was doing the photography. Anyway, so the reptile guy, he had a great big banana snake around him, and I was like, can I pet him? Can I pet him? So there are certain things that I am interested in, but I'm not necessarily a snake fan or a reptile fan or anything like that. Studio. I used to work for artists too. Yeah. Okay. Okay, biggest toad I ever saw was almost the size of a Oh my God. Soccer. Ouch, my back. Ooh, tailbone. So yeah. I'm not answering psychic questions. If stuff comes through, it comes through. Your hair is different tonight. I like it. Thank you, Christian. Yeah, my hair is not freshly washed like I took my shower last night, and it's like all cattywampus to hell and gone. So it is what it is. But thank you. It's a little on the disheveled side tonight. I'm trying to go back in. The pyramids, violet at the bottom, fading into red smolder. Okay. Yes. Maria Maria Backcountry says, we are lucky to have lots of clean water. Lots of my past selves or past lifetimes died from drinking bad water. Yes, we are extremely fortunate. When you see movies like, say, Back to the Future, I think it was the last one where the character Marty McFly went into the Old West, and the drinking water was well water, and it was brown and mucky. Yeah, that's a pretty dang good example. It wasn't always like that, but you get well water, and it wasn't quite as bad as that, but it gives the example. Yeah, it clean water is a big deal. I remember when I was in Tonga, this lifetime, when I was in Tonga, and I was 11 years old, 10, 11. God, well, I was 11. So we went to New York when I was 10. So yeah, I was 11. And so when Mom and I went to Tonga in 1979, my great uncle had put a well in, and I remember it. I remember how they did wells back then, and it was really fascinating to me how all of that was done, and drinking water, and yeah, it was good. It was good quality stuff, but I learned a lot. And how other countries do different things, and it was really fascinating to me. So we missed the. Okay, so now I'm getting caught back up in chat. Went to art school. Yeah, same. I was in an art school that had photography. Used to work as an artist too. Wow, okay. Anyway, we kind of gotten out of the ufology stuff, the ET stuff. Okay, what do you think about theory that aliens are humans from the future who are time travelers who want to save the Earth and its populations? Do I think there's some of that? I think the potential is there. But I do not know. I don't have any memories of anything like that. So I to speak on something like that, I mean, I know psychics, I know really good psychics who are like, no, that's not real. I don't know. I don't know. But the way I look at it, with what I've experienced, what I've seen, what I've witnessed, yeah, the potential for that is I consider that a potential possibility. But at the same time, I do know that there's interdimensional, what we call extraterrestrials, or what most humans call aliens. I do know that there's interdimensional travel. I know that there's time dilations that are done to humans by certain species, races of extraterrestrial. Time dilation bubbles. I've been put in one. That was not fun. It really pissed me off. Still pisses me off. Still get very angry over that. I know that there's a significant time differential or time difference on board true extraterrestrial ships. There's not a time differential or a time difference. This is driving me nuts. Just a minute. There's a true time difference on those, but not on. This is, like I said, it's driving me nuts. There we go. But there's not on SSP ships, human extraterrestrial ships. There's not on them. So there's an answer. Hey, Sandra, it's nice to see you. Okay, let me scroll back down. So not last lifetime. No. Okay, let's see. Studio, something told me to dig an old well is on my property, and I even drew a picture. Cool. Yes, exactly. A normal person, boiling water can make certain chemicals more bioactive instead of killing them. Yeah. Today, interesting. I really like the space theme in the background. Awesome, thank you. Distillation makes pure water. Yeah. Water vortex creates living water. Yes, that I know. Hello from Tel Aviv. Hello, Tel Aviv. I used to have a friend in Egypt. I know Tel Aviv is not in Egypt, but I'm just saying, I was just commenting because it's something that popped into my head. I'm no longer in contact with that person. Let's see. Yeah, put your questions in all caps if you can. Ashley, what is a time dilation bubble? It's where they stop the time. It's where the extraterrestrials literally put the person in a bubble. Everything else around the bubble is in complete motion. You end up staying literally motionless. Whatever action you were literally doing, you're literally frozen in a section of time. It's not fun. It's not pleasant. It's very frustrating. Can be very angering. But yeah, that's what it is. Woo Riders. Hey, Woo Riders. 95 in chat. Yeah, it was 95 in chat. Is that the Orion Nebula? You know what? That's a question for Amy. I don't remember right now, to be honest. So asks Melissa. Okay. How many Dracos do we have? Dracos. Oh my God. Okay. You sound like you are struggling to explain something with trying to explain very abstract concepts in physics and metaphysics. I'm not in metaphysics. I'm not in quantum sciences or any of that. The person that you want to talk to about that kind of stuff would be R. Keith Andrews. I just know what I know. It's very frustrating to me to not have the answers that I want and not have the answers that I would hope to have. Justin, look into holographic theory to explain time bubbles. Thank you for that. Did not know that. I have to go. I only have 6 hours to sleep. Thank you very much for the live stream. Subscribe. Thank you, Yellow. I appreciate that. Hope your migraine gets better. God bless all. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Oh, Champlain's back. Hi, Nikki. I'm back. Hi. Sandy Kesterson. Hellos. Same para. Do you accept Jesus Christ? Yeah. Hello, Freddie. You missed what I was talking about Jesus. Go back and listen to the replay of the live stream. Did I catch up? Yeah, I think I caught up. Yellow, good night. Good night, Yellow. I hope you have a good 6 hours sleep. And a good day at work or whatever it is you're going to be doing. Anyway, Joe, what about something so-called big basement tech or whatever it's called? You step into a small room that is much bigger than it appears from the exterior. Oh, are you a Doctor Who fan? Oh my gosh. Anyway, 6759 on the numbers. If I don't have a clue. I'm not into at one time, okay, yeah, Doctor Who. I'm not into the story. I love hearing your stories. Thank you for the live stream. Headed off to bed. Thank you, stories in the Ingle Nook. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. And thank you for subscribing. Yeah, if hit the do you make photographs? Oh God, all my photography equipment it's in storage and it's buried. Even my darkroom equipment is is in storage and buried. I had a professional photographer give me. She's like, I got to get rid of it. I need the room. I've got kids and this, and I had kids too, but not. I was the house where everybody 6 hours to. Yeah. So do I make photographs? I used to do a lot of darkroom stuff, a lot of black and white photography in the day. Used to work with the negatives. Used to work for 24-hour photo lab. I made her laugh. Good night, everybody. Yeah, you did actually. Do you have a favorite artist? Oh, people are going to get upset over this one. I was asked this in college. One of the things that or photographer, one of the things that we were asked in college was, who's your favorite photographer and why? People judge this one because this guy did some things but the man's lighting technique is what I loved. And people were trying to get him expelled out of the photography world. But the man had lighting abilities that were off the chart for me. There's two very famous photographers besides them that have done, and of course now I can't think of the women. They're women. One's a woman, one's a man, and I can't think of their name right now. Their names. Cannot think of her name. There's one that I deeply treasure. She is phenomenal. And old school. Yeah, Ansel Adams is up there, but no, actually, because of the lighting techniques on human beings, and it's because of him. It's because of him that I deeply love skin. The photography of skin, and I don't care what skin color is. I don't give two shits. It's lighting it with one light. One light. Two, if you have to. And I'm having a really hard time saying this guy's name because he had such issues. Yeah, Ansel, Mr. Adams did phenomenal scenery. Matter of fact, I've got starts with an M. Bingo! You said it, I didn't. People have a hard time with him, and I understand why. But when you're dealing with somebody who has the talent that man did for photography of different skin with one light, the ability to do that was phenomenal in my book. I mean, how he went about doing that. The Rembrandt lighting, it was almost like a form of architecture in lighting. It was phenomenal to me. It wasn't until I really read about him how much he was hated in communities. I had no idea. When I mentioned that man's name in college, people lost their freaking minds. They were like, oh my God, he's this. I'm like, are you not looking at his photography of human nudes? It was phenomenal. But yeah, that was who I deeply, whoa, 61 on the numbers. It was, I can't explain light to me as if I was born blind. Actually, I know people who are blind, or who are nearly blind. Light sources, I don't even know where to begin on that one, Joe. I truly, I don't know where to begin on that. But it's how the lighting brushes across the body. It was totally because of his oh, have you? Oh man, there was a because of certain, yes, not only that, but because he was also it was also because he was very into graphic detail of other aspects of sexuality. And I wasn't into that at all. But the man's ability to light the human nude in a specific way with one light source, man, that fascinated me no end. So you're getting a whole different side of me that I rarely talk about. Rarely ever talk about. Amy, that's always tricky when you can admire the work of someone in a field, but still know as a person they are. Yes. I mean, that's what he was considered in many communities. That's exactly what he's considered, Amy. And I didn't look at him that way because he had this talent to light the human form. Okay, here's an example. He had the ability to light the human form with a black background and models who were African American. They were oh my God, their bodies were phenomenally gorgeous. One light source in such a way to where the background was lit. Normally a photographer had to use a light box. They had to use all sorts of other fill lights and all this other stuff. This man used one source of lighting. So when I was in college, to me, that was absolutely phenomenal. And I had an instructor, Wally. Oh God, I loved him. He was the director of the college, the photography college, part of this the photography section of this college, and he understood it. He got it. I had a instructor who was a photographer. Well, they were all professional photographers, who dealt with, I mean, he was hardcore. He was a big guy. I do not remember his name. I hate lighting boxes. Oh my God, I hate lighting boxes. The light boxes that we had to use, my dyslexic brain had a hard time with converting because you had to do, and if you knew it, you knew it. I had a dyslexic brain that was having a hard time wrapping my brain around using light boxes. Hated those effers just vehemently. And so when I didn't graduate. I mean, you can look at you. I didn't graduate because I ended up having a very serious medical condition that put my life in jeopardy, actually. So I wasn't physically capable of graduating, and I cried. $22,000 in the drain. I freaking cried. But I used the knowledge that I gained from my college time to help me later on in my life. And there was a kid. When he was 19, 20 years old, whatever age he was, he and his girlfriend came to me and said, "Would you do our photography?" And they knew some of the work that I had done. They had seen it, and they became models. His girlfriend, now long time ex-girlfriend. Yeah, I understand, Amy, about the music side of that. So his girlfriend asked me to do her nude photography. And it was, I didn't have, I can't say I lived in poverty at that time, but I lived extremely frugally. And what did I use? I used my photography. It was a can light. I just can't think of it. It's a specific kind of can light. I just can't think of the name of it right now. And I used aluminum foil. I used what I had. I used aluminum foil. I used black poster board. I used I used things for fill light. So those were fill lights. I used different ways to light things. One light. And she became one of my best photography shots. No joke. The two of them, the photography that I did with the two of them became the best photography I think I'd ever done. And this was after my back injury. God, I was on so many painkillers because at that time, just to physically function, because this was it must have been 2010. I hurt so bad. It cost me, physically, I think 3 weeks worth of time in recovery just to do that photography shoot for them. Anonymous person channel. Happy New Year, girl. Happy New Year to you too. I hope you're doing well. And Dottie, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's but you use what you've got. There's a gentleman who was a missionary. He was from Poland, and he came to the U.S. and he was in our church. This was in the days of the time when I was in the church. And there's one of my favorite pictures of him. And oh my God, I can't think of his name. I don't even know if he's still alive. Wonderful man, just a wonderful man. And he asked me to do, or no, it was either him or the pastor of the church asked me to do a ministry picture, photo shoot for him, and I did. And it's actually, so this girl, the couple, and him, and then two of my photographs from college are some of my favorite photography that I've ever done. And I got told that in college, I got told that I was extremely good with architecture photography. Ouch. Because I was using, 4x5 format cameras? God, those fuckers are heavy. Back in the 80s, we lugged those things across Seattle. I hated those things. Oh my God. And you weren't allowed to put them on wheels. Oh, that pissed me off. So we had to do the photography throughout downtown Seattle, and you had to lug them across the frickin' city. You couldn't carry them via car. That's a whole nother frickin' subject. Anyway, That was one of my pet peeves. But anyway, so I got told I was very good at that and very, very good at portraitures. And I'm trying to remember the exact quote, it was something to the effect of, there's something about you, Nikki, that you bring out the person's true essence in a photograph. And well, yeah, I make them feel safe, and I make the person feel safe, and well, not make, but you get what I'm saying. If you're a photographer, you understand, you get what the hell I'm talking about. And that was true. I mean, it's all in how the person is thinking. At the time when they're in the studio chair, it's what they're thinking of, and how they're feeling about themselves. And I've had people in essentially the photography chair where they have felt like shit, and they've just come from a horrible situation. And it's you talking with them, helping them to open themselves up, and helping them to essentially see inside themselves of what they can see of themselves. And it just, like Kramer with George. I'm joking, but it speaks to the point. Yeah, Justin, yeah, very much so. And Studio says, yep, yeah, you get it. You understand what the hell I'm talking about. So, boy, you brought out something that I very, very rarely ever talk about. And it's something that I deeply miss. I miss doing my photography. It's something that I was always very good at. I had my very first bought camera, the one that I could afford, and it was one that was just laughed at in college because, hello, this was the 1980s. I mean, there was a multimillionaire's kid in that college who was cut. There were times I remember him talking, oh yeah, we helicoptered into da-da-da-da. And I'm like, Jesus, God, and fuck. And another student, her mother owned a very famous clothing store in Seattle, very well-known clothing store. And then you had, and I was 19 years old. And then you had a 45-year-old man who had, I think it was somewhere between 4 and 6 kids in class. So, I mean, it just, we had all age ranges in our photography class, in our, that year. And one of my friends at the time she was a retired gymnast. Who she and I didn't get along after she got married. And I get that. I understand. But she, a lot of the students were coming from significant wealth, and I was coming from poverty level to go there. And so you do what you have to do. You used to work at a photography gallery. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that I would love. But I haven't kept up with any of my photography in such a very long time. In the digital age, I bought a used digital camera, had a retired friend of I'm trying to figure out how to say this without outing him. There's a couple that I know, they had or still do, have a daughter. And as far as I know, they're still married. And he was retired military. And he was security. To me, he was security. And the man knew his shit. And I was like, I have found a person who is selling a very well used digital camera. And he's like, "You want somebody to go with you?" And I went, "Yeah, because I don't trust." And interestingly enough, so I was in the University District of Seattle when this all went down at a coffee shop, and two police officers walked in, and I was like, "Yes!" I was so happy for them. I was happy for my friend being there, and I was also happy. And it felt weird. It was one of those weird things because back then that was off of oh, it's not off of Twitter. What the hell is that? It's off of an internet magazine where you bought and sold everything. I can't remember. I'm sure it's still around, but I don't know what it's called anymore. I just don't remember. 1,000 in your class of 2000. Holy crap. Yeah, that was photography studio was my dream job. I mean, well, no, yeah, photography studio, not gallery. But now here's something. When I was in college, you talk about being a psychic medium. When I was in college, we walked to a very well-known, famous photographer in downtown Seattle, and went to his studio. And the studio was fine; it was great. And I think I have talked about this at some point publicly. I think I talked about it in the very first year that I did this YouTube channel. So that'd be 2021 into 2022 or sometime in there. And yeah, sometime in there. Anyway, the psychic hits that I got off of just being in that studio, and it was a professional photographer studio. I mean, hardcore professional. He was doing work he had models coming and going. He was doing work for major name brand companies and downtown big name stores, which oddly enough are no longer even in downtown anymore. They've been bought out by companies like Macy's and other companies. And so the psychic stuff that I got, I have a hard time with some of the things that I picked up on. And when I ended up not continuing on with my photography, I now understand why. And that's why I loved fashion so much. I was raised around a grandmother long before she died who loved fashion. I mean, loved fashion, which is where my fashion stuff, you're dealing with a significantly morbidly obese body, and I can't do the kind of fashion that I want. My sewing machine it needs to go into the repair shop. It was a brand new machine, but it needs to have maintenance on it, and I would be doing my own fashion. So the stuff I get is from other places. But my point is that regarding fashion, and fashion photography, I learned from psychic hits that I didn't want to be in fashion photography. Because that's really where my heart was, or so I thought at the time. And I know this channel deals with extraterrestrials and SSP and targeting and blah 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 blah. But the person who is shows up as studio asked to really, you opened up a whole different subject for me that I haven't talked about in years and years and years. Not to this depth. And with the psychic hits and I didn't really grasp that it was psychic hits. I didn't think of it as psychic information back then in the late 80s. And the psychic hits that I got off of the photographer alone were mind-bending. Okay, burp coming in. Hang on. Excuse me. So, the psychic hits that I got off the photographer alone were mind-bending to me. The stuff that I got off the models, and then when I was in the studio in college, in the college time, the models that were coming in to work for free, as helping to get their portfolios up and running, from other student photographers, because these model agencies were sending them. And some of the things that some of the models told me horrified me about the popping of pills, the keeping of things that they knew about, situations that they were asked to be involved in, things that only got talked about really about 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, and really came out in the last 5 to 7. And it was, like the Me Too movement and the things about the fashion industry about 12, 15 years ago, and then slowly built up over the course of time regarding different subject matters and what's really going on in the fashion industry with the models and things like that. And then I was very much into oh God, what does Janice come to mind? Some of the ones that were doing, not, well, what the hell is it called? I can't think. It's some kind of TV. I can't think of what it's called at the second. Where models were talking about things. I can't think of what it's called. It's not live TV. What the hell? See, now that's targeted. That's from the targeting. That's where the targeting has taken those words away from me. And that's frustrating as hell because, like I said, I've got a photographic memory. And I can see words. I can actually, that's part of I can actually see words. How the hell do you think I got through my spelling test when I was in elementary school? I could see them in my head because I could picture them on the frickin' page. I could see the page. You see the page and it's in your head. And it literally, you read it off the page in your head and that's how you spelled it. Hello? Yes, there we go. That's the one I was thinking of. Para, thank you. Yeah, and Justin said the other words, the other 2 words that I don't want to speak verbally, but yeah, that's exactly what it was. And thank you for removing that, Para, but yeah, it is. It's a form of, well, it's not a form of, it is, the TR. I'm going to shorthand this, TRFKING. So, yeah, figure that out. I mean, you'll figure it out. It's easy. But yeah, forms of human of that version. And you're not just dealing with that. You're dealing with forms of getting people doped up so much that and not knowing. I mean, then you're looking at what's gone on in Hollywood, and that goes into a whole nother subject. So, I mean, something that I loved and treasured that was really because of my grandmother. I learned some really horrific things, and psychically, when I was in that studio, I saw so much stuff. And then when you're talking to models themselves and you're hearing different, yeah, actually I was abducted. So somebody's just asked, Leroy is a different version of Leroy. But anyway, were you abducted recently? Yeah. Well, recently. I expect to be abducted at the beginning of the month for a very specific reason. So, ouch, ouch, ouch. I gotta move. I haven't moved in a while. Hang on a second, guys. I'm gonna put you on mute a moment. So you don't hear me screech when you don't hear the chair. Hang on. Okay, that done. Yeah, I have been, but not about 2 weeks. No, January 1st, December 31st into January 1st. I was. So is what I believe. I don't. There's only three specific incidences that make me believe that. As a 57-year-old who has who knows her body and knows different things, yeah, I do believe that. And at somewhere between the end of the month into the beginning of February, I think it's going to happen again, and I know the reason why. So yeah. Justin is asking, could you explain as part of your answer to that question what you mean by abducted? Great question. Extraterrestrial abducted, also known as alien abduction. And so, yeah, they come and they pick you up and they either run tests on you or they put you into a hybridization program, or they're taking your genetics. If you're a female, they may be taking your eggs for a specific person. Low Day Gamer. Did aliens capture? Well, that is a political question in the form of an alien question, so we're not answering it. So in answer to your question, Justin, that answers why do I think I was targeted? Go back and studio, go back and listen to the beginning, because I talk extensively about that. I was specifically targeted because and Noodle, that is, thank you, Para. That's not something that's being talked about in this chat. Reason why I was a targeted individual is because of the fact that I read a government book. Now, what I was going to say about that I didn't get the opportunity to, because we went into numerous forms of subjects in that, is the fact that, okay, hang on a minute. I'm new to your live channel. What's today's topic? Well, let's see. We were talking photography a moment ago, but usually it's targeting ET, alien abductions, secret space program, which is known as SSP, what I call the government asshats in astral, ufology, aka also known recently as UAP, that kind of stuff. There's paranormal. I deal with paranormal, cryptids, all sorts of stuff. So, but right now it was about targeting, and there was a question I want to get back to. Why do you think you were targeted? Okay, so it's about the book. And because I specifically asked a retired government agent who is interestingly being supported by another channel, and I don't want anything to do with him or that channel because they are putting this person on. And this person is making the rounds again. And that MFer is the one who deliberately tried to hypnotize me, and he's the one who reported my name to the deep state. And because I asked him about the book, if it was even real. Come to find out, oh yeah, it's very freaking real. But what I was going to state regarding the man in black that I was on a channel with, have you been to my, yes, I have. There's a global government, there's a Earth-based global, deep state global government that has a base on Mars. And Mars has an internal, has a city inside of its planet. You do a great job of answering questions. Thank you. But what I was going to talk about was that when I was on James Rink's Super Soldier podcast show with an MIB, and he was talking about his experiences on a specific subject matter. I had a conversation with him, and what he specifically stated about that, because I asked, I had the opportunity and I asked, and he said to him, now he's older and he's retired, but he still knows his shit, that it sounded to him like the book was gotten out by somebody out of the government, by somebody in one of the, he didn't call it aerospace industry that works with government. He called it something specific. I don't remember what the term is that he called it. And that it was most likely gotten out by somebody there and then made copies of. And that is such old stuff. I have no idea. I mean, that was the very first. He had no knowledge of it, but he said that's what it sounded like to him, was that somebody in one of the corporations that was working with or for government had gotten it out and made numerous copies of it, because there were, what I was specifically told was that there were 500 books made and delivered to mega multimillionaires, the elite of the elite back in the day. And how I got my hands on it was ordered to be shown to me, and it was a borrowed book, essentially, as I knew it, and that's why I'm targeted, because I know about this book. Why would they target me simply for me asking a retired 3-lettered agency government agent about it? Why would I be targeted otherwise? Seriously? The book was the entire information that the U.S. government had on ufology from day one. Had signatures from various presidents, from various, it went back to 1932 and 1933 from what I remember. And because I specifically told him that I have a photographic memory. I specifically told this retired agent that I had a photographic memory and remember the book to the letter. I remember page after page after page. And so, comments like that are not helpful, dazzling facts. Yes, that is inner city pigeon you're talking about. Yes. And he is a true MIB. I'm not saying the name. He is a true MIB. And I know he's a true MIB because I psychically saw, I can validate it. I psychically saw shit. But I literally shut off my psychic abilities with him specifically because I didn't want to know anymore. And I knew that if I learned anymore, it would get me killed. Still up there. I don't know who you guys are saying John and Jonathan. I don't know who these people are. I call the person that I know I call somebody Johnny, and that you guys don't have the right name at all. Or even the right form of government. Right age, you don't even have the right agency. But anyway, and I'm not being a smart ass, I'm not being a bitch about it. I just want to state that outright. Okay, dazzling. Okay, let me go back up. Justin, you're asking if Truman to start. I'm not saying which presidents are in there, but there are numerous signatures. They knew. They freaking knew. Do I know that the current administration? I don't have a damn clue. I don't care if they know. I don't give two shits. To be blunt, I don't. I know what I know because of that book and what I saw. And I can't say what I was going to say. What I can say is I've got my memories, and this is why I'm being targeted, because they've tried to access my memories. They've tried 91 and 77. If you believe that share this podcast out, share my channel out. I don't typically talk about that kind of stuff. If you believe that what I'm talking about is real, if you support it, share this out. I know that's not what's going to be wanted by government. I get that. I understand that. But I am trying to stay alive at the same time. And these are, guys, if you, Para's right. Put your questions into all caps, please. It's easier for me to see it, because otherwise it just is a bunch of scrolling, and I'll catch what I catch, because there's so many people in here. Inner City Pitch. Yeah, I didn't know you went on Super Soldier. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of the channel. I watched a lot of those interviews. I'll have to look out for yours. Go on to my Facebook Psychic Medium page. Okay, so my regular Facebook page is facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki, .jacobs, JACOBS, .376. You will find links. Scroll down a little bit. You will find links that will take you to my Psychic Medium page. Psychic Medium page, if you scroll down the Psychic Medium page, and if you like what you see, click, for follow, whatever, like, or whatever. You will see where I've posted. Matter of fact, it may even be in. I don't know if I took the time to put it into the file folder on this channel where it says shows Nikki's been on. If it's not in there, then go to my Psychic Medium page on Facebook and scroll down. You will eventually find it. It is listed there. How advanced are they now? How advanced are who? Understand no. Okay. Delete him for acting like a stalker. Just done it with. I don't know who you're talking. Okay. Thank you, Amy, Paramarv, and I know Robert was in and out, but I don't know if he's still here. Justin, I'm not dealing with wartime stuff. Hi from Maine. Can you give... Oh, and forgive me, but what have I walked into? Michelle, targeting, subject matters, aliens, aka extraterrestrial, so ufology, paranormal. This is my life. Paranormal, cryptids, what else? So many other things. I can't think of all of them right now. Can you turn off your psychic memories? No, but I can turn off my psychic abilities if I have to, and it's really not something easy to do. There's a... I don't know how to explain it. It's just something that I can do. It's something that I learned to do over time. And I know not everybody can, because most of the time I can't. But when there's a situation where it becomes a potential threat to my life, because to me, that's how I looked at it. I happen to know that Jimmy is real. He says who he is. He's a real individual with what he did. Now, granted, there are certain things that I know that I call into question. However, he was there. He knows the shit that he's talking about. He's a real individual with real experiences with deep state government. That is real. That all said, what he has talked about, I know is real because I've psychically frickin' seen it. There were sections that I was picking up from him psychically that I literally went, nope, I have to block. Because I knew that if I started seeing more information, I would eventually talk about it, and it could potentially put my life further at risk. No way in hell. So I had to put a block on some of a block and to shut off some of the information that I was picking up. And I don't know how to explain it. It's not really a block. It's literally shutting down certain aspects. But when I opened back up, that's when I started picking up, oh my God, it was an ET that he was talking about. Oh my God, the ET ship is wedged in some mountain somewhere. They'll never frickin' dig it out. It's a ship that can go through mountains. Actually, so I know, that's how I know what I know, is because it was psychic stuff. So it was just mind bending. When I got that, I was like, holy shit. I mean, it blew my mind. Okay, understood. The city on Mars. Oh, you want me to describe how advanced are they? They're extremely advanced. The city on Mars is very, very freaking advanced. How advanced are the ones hunting me? Pretty advanced. They're psychic advanced. Is there any truth behind lizard people? Yes. Oh, my people, somewhere I belong. Awesome, Michelle. Cool. Thank you for exposing all of this, Jeannie Major. Yeah, you're welcome. Can you give me a reading? No, not right now. Studio. Actually, studio, yeah, email me. I do free readings, but it's only if information comes. I'm not a psychic on demand. That's what I call them. People that are like a James or to me, they're psychics on demand. There's numerous. If information comes, it comes. That's why I don't charge, because I've had people come to me and information just didn't come. And I'm like, I got different little pieces of information, but it's not what they're looking for. The other side of that is that everything's about timing. So if you're looking for something, put it out there. Put it, verbally speak it. Mentally think it. Because when you're doing that, you're talking essentially to your guides. Your guides will bring that information in, and they will find the right timing for you to get that information to you, whether it's through me or somebody else. So if I'm not receiving information, I will refer people out to other psychics that I know that are on demand. So most of my psychic stuff is through, like the guy, the government asshat that showed up, crap, I don't remember. It's not Scott. It was somebody else. Or at least I didn't believe it was. No, it was the new guy. I was absolutely horrified to find out that, and I said it, they're going to unalive him within 6 months. I have no idea. It wasn't because he was here. It was because he's done something else. I was so, I blurted it out. I mean, I was so freaked out by that. It horrified me. And he just stood there in absolute stunned shock. I was, because I was so, myself, I was so stunned. Do I know how it's, I don't have a freaking clue. But I know they unalived Catherine simply for me outing her. So, it comes when it comes. Do you do medium sessions? Yeah. I mean, sometimes I can be on the phone with somebody for 3 hours, and I mean, all kinds of information will come through, and I can have an hour conversation. I have to have a conversation with you for it to come up. It just starts flowing. And when it flows, it sometimes doesn't stop. So, and I don't record anything, so you need to make explicit notes. I will write notes that I can, and I don't always remember the information that I'm talking about. So there's that side of it. You say you belong here with what's making you feel that way. Okay. Aliens, I don't know how you can turn them off. I don't. He's around. Where's Jimmy now? He's around. Are there any prophets on Earth currently? Yes. Michelle, yes, my grandfather had to do that. He's been part of the men who started at goats. Yeah, stared at goats. Yeah. There's a couple. Ouch, ankle. Sorry. Apparently I had my foot that way too long. So yeah, sorry, as you were, did you stumble upon this ability like I did? No, I've had this ability from birth. Yeah, I know people who have started the I know people whose families have started the programs. Many different programs in government. And I've been absolutely horrified and appalled by the fact of what they've talked about. And I will not reveal it. That is their information. No, if they choose to ever reveal it. But I've been absolutely horrified that I've come across, and that's part of what my life is right now, is I've been coming across, and it's weird because people just show up in your life and they unexpectedly tell you something, and it's like, what? And then all of a sudden you start getting psychic hits, and it's like, oh my God, they're telling the truth, and oh my God, there's this, and it's like you don't say shit. You just don't say shit. So, yeah, so there's answers to your question. So definite with no. Kevin, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, Tony, aliens, also known as extraterrestrials, as I call them, come in all races, all species and races of ET, not only grays. Yes, exactly. Amy, I don't know who you're talking about regarding rudeness, but that's okay. I'm really far up in the chat right now. I'm trying to get through some of these. Okay. Do you ever do medium sessions? No. I don't teach what I do. What moves our guides? I I don't even know where to begin with that. I honestly I do not know where to begin with that. Okay, Johnny Appleseed. Why are psychics always overweight, gray-haired, lonely women? I'm going to respond to that one. I have health conditions regarding the weight. And yeah, part of that is my fault. I get that. I understand that. But I also have medical conditions that increase it no matter what I frickin' do. And that goes back in my family. So that's genetics. And on top of it, gray-haired little old lady. Okay. How do you know this isn't dyed? And lonely? Oh, fuck no. I'm not lonely. I am surrounded by a lot of people that love me and a lot of family. So, I don't know where you get lonely from. What info do you... Okay. Rachel, that's actually a really good question, Rachel. What info do you need with the medium psychic reading, if anything? All I need is your first real, your name, first name, real name. That's really all I need. And just to talk with you. That's it. Just to talk with you. If something comes up, it comes up. Pick a subject. We'll have a conversation. If shit comes up, it comes up. Sometimes your guides are like, nope, or I'm not, nope. And that's about timing. That is what I've learned from my own experiences. That's about timing. And it means that if they're shutting me down, they're shutting you down for a specific reason. It means that I'm not the right psychic person for you. It means you've got to find somebody else. And I'll refer you out to somebody else I know who will charge you. So, Michelle, question, question. Do you find those hunting you, us, or them, use numbers to try and contact you? I am seeing same number over and over past 2 years. No. Although they do, okay, and this is why I talk about this one. And I know a couple of psychics who completely disagree with me, so that's totally fine. But this is my experience. I believe that every person on this planet needs to learn how to do lucid dreaming. Do I think you need to... Now, one of those psychics made a very good point that lucid dreaming, you shouldn't be in lucid dreaming all the time. I agree with that. I do agree with that. But when you're targeted, because, see, your brain needs to rest. And you controlling the dream, the point that was made was you don't really rest. Well, that's not my experience. That's not been my experience at all. But that may be their experience. So it comes down to the individual. 85 and 82 on the numbers. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you guys and gals. And whoever else, thank you. So lucid dreaming is a way to protect yourself. You know who's coming into your dreams, especially if it's a government asshat, as I call them. So there's that side of it. But learn, if you are targeted, learn lucid dreaming, because you, and the ones that do the targeting, if you're talking about something specific publicly, like social media, like I am right now, and you are being targeted with DEW weapons, frequency weapons, microwave technology weapons, get into lucid dreaming, because you will, I can't even say most likely, you may potentially be experiencing people coming into your dreams psychically to see what you know. Now, if they've already done that, they may start coming in via astral to check on you. And you may not be aware, you may not be a psychic medium, you may not have those abilities, or the strong aspect of, I believe everybody's got abilities, but you may not have strong enough abilities to be able to be aware of them. But I will say, okay, see, now I need to get my B6 because my eyes are starting to twitch. Anytime my eyes start twitching, it means I haven't been taking my vitamin B, my liquid vitamin B6. And I forgot to take it before I came on tonight. So pardon me as I rub my eyes trying to get them to not twitch. That's a medical issue for me. That's a nutrition. It's not a nutritional deficiency. It's a vitamin deficiency. Anyway, and I already know that, and yes, it was medically proven. Shit. The hell was I talking about? Because I know there are people that read body languages and all that shit. It's not shit. I just get very frustrated by it. Anyway, so, and I know that they've been in and out of my chat. Or in and out of watching, as I should say. What I was going to say was that if you smell, and it's not medically diagnosed or medically an issue, if you smell a certain odor or scent, such as cigarette smell or somebody's perfume, and you do have even are aware of some of your abilities, you may have a government asshat, and you're being targeted via those frequency weapons. Excuse me. You may want to start increasing and learning more about your abilities. Because what I have learned with my own targeting experiences is they check on me and they reschedule their frequency targeting based on when I sleep or based on, on schedules. And those frequency weapons, stupid chair, I'm so tired of this old shit. Those frequency weapons are on a schedule. So just an FYI, that's a big deal. Damn, I didn't expect to be going 3 hours. So because certain smells can be a medical issue and you need to get in and be checked. Always, always, always do your due diligence by checking medically first, checking the sciences first before you deal with paranormal, before you deal with this kind of subject matter. Do your due diligence. It's beholden to you. It's upon your own research. It's upon you being an advocate for yourself. You have to do that for yourself. Do your due diligence before you automatically assume. Okay? Because certain smells can register medically as certain illnesses. So you've got to do, and that's what I have learned personally. That's a personal opinion of mine, but that's from what I have learned. So do your due diligence. Do your own research. Justin, people working within the field of quantum communication, nuclear physics, and scientists are going dark, to your point. Itchy is saying, do you reckon you can tune into the flow of your memoir? Yeah, memory, you mean. LRVP78, why do you look so darn familiar? It's really messing with me. No idea. Justin, MK Ultra. I'm MyLab. I've been part of the MyLab experience. Not fun. But MK Ultra is worse. Exhausting. Off topic, but oh, thank you. Haven't heard that one in a lot of years. Pine Ridge, California. I haven't heard that in a lot of years. Thank you. About the eyes. Beautiful eyes and vibes. Thank you, guys. Gals, new sub. I like your vibe. Thank you. Can't tell if that's Salinas or Sweet. I'm just going to call you Sweet Table because I can't read the first word. You don't see Mr. Appleseed yet? I don't know where he disappeared to. Pine Ridge. Thank you, Pine Ridge, California. She's a gorgeous woman, and she seems down to earth. Stop projecting your loneliness onto women. Right on. Studio, Mark. Okay. Whoops. Thank you for answering me. Yeah, you're welcome, Rachel. Chloe! How you doing, girl? How you doing? I'm really far up in the chat, so I'm trying to get down there. Happens from different methods of attack. Scrolling down. Okay, saw that. Oh, speaking of that word, Justin, look into the movie Inception. That's all I'm going to say. That is a real program. Lucid dreaming, yep. Okay, flowers, etc. How do we know we are being targeted? There are medical issues. Check out research Havana and Savannah syndrome. With some of the frequency weapon targeting, you'll get if you've never had buzzing in your ears, this is different than tinnitus. Okay? You'll have buzzing or white noise in your ears. You'll get a sense of equilibrium being off. If it's microwave weapons, it will feel like your skin is on fire, especially if they target from your chest up. Frequency weapons, they typically go after. Now, this is what I've learned from a nurse who deals in, because she was in a tribute for somebody who had died who was a targeted individual. And she talked about how targeted individuals, they have thyroid issue. There are thyroid issues. There are heart issues, kidney issues were the other one, and then liver. I'm missing. We have brain. No, I missed brain. Brain, thyroid, heart. Heart attacks are real major one because they try to kill via heart attacks. 103 on the numbers. Wow. Had 109 earlier. Wow. Thank you, guys. So brain, thyroid, heart, kidneys, liver, and it will affect the intestines. So you'll get what's known as dumping, which is having severe shits. And all of that can lead to either heart attacks or cancer or other forms of medical illnesses. Check out the TV show 2020. A number of years ago, they did an interview with a woman who was in the government who had come out of the White House itself and was targeted. It was actually on the property, if I remember correct from what she had talked about. And her doctors finally diagnosed her with what's called Havana syndrome. Do your due diligence. Do the research. It is real illnesses. They didn't know who did it, how it was done, and then there was something about people who were in Cuba or something, government officials who were being targeted. So do your due diligence, do your research into this. Okay. Thank you very much. This answers so much. Cigar smells, things. Hugest of hugs. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you, Amy. No religious commentary in the chat, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Inception is very real. Yeah, it really is. Confusion. Okay. It's different body parts. That sounds terrible. Yeah, it really is. Okay, I'm finally at the bottom of the chat, back where everybody, it's all current. U.S. government officials, yes. But do not do the, yeah, Cuba. Are talking, oh, I just got here. What are we talking about? Targeting, frequency weapons, what I call government asshats. Welcome down here with us. Thank you, Michelle. I finally got there. I'm like, scroll. Yeah, you need I was going to say a review. That's not what I meant. Giant cover-up regarding JFK. Yeah, but it's not from what you're saying. What about skin issues? Havana syndrome from frequency weapons. Yeah, it's, I gotta reread that. Hang on a second. Oh, yeah, we're not dealing with, the one who supposedly, unalived himself in jail. We're not dealing with that. No way. Morgellons and other infections. Yeah. So frequency weapons, I have known people to where they are pulling, ouch. Okay, hang on a second. Ouch. Ouchie. Okay. Morgellons, whatever it's pronounced. Yeah, I have known people to where they are pulling out strings of metal out of their body. Yeah, I agree, Para. It's not the way that person described it, but yeah, it definitely is a cover-up. Bigfoot smells like sewer too. Not all ET. Okay, Cheryl, not all ET smell that way. Some of them smell like that. Because they're not washing their butts. That's what it comes down to. They aren't. I've had them enter into my home via portal. Some of them smell like pine needles and pine boughs. Some of them, there's been a couple that have smelled like garbage. Sometimes if they've gone into a river, they'll smell like a wet dog. Bigfoot pensions for women. No, that's funny. Do they all look different? Yeah. Very much like a human in the sense of we all look different. Some of them will have the same appearance in some way, but like this whole section, like from the nose, not to the forehead, but from like the eyebrow area, this whole section in the eyes and part of the nose will be different, but everything else will look real similar or the same. So yeah, I mean, you can have all different kinds of, I've personally seen, a Sasquatch who was, I call her a blonde. I don't know what else to call her because her fur wasn't brown. Well, it wasn't the typical brown. It wasn't dark brown. It wasn't black. It was, and it wasn't true it's kind of like, whoops, hello. Oh, that's not good, Nikki. Let's not do that. That helps you with recording and microphones. Okay. It was like the palest of brown hair, but blonde over the top of it. So yeah. Yeah. Is it Morocco or Moo Cow Moo? Yeah, there's certain chat rules with me, and there are certain things I will absolutely not talk about. Thank you, Amy, and Para. Thank you for Amy for clarifying. Oh my God, I really appreciate you guys. Very, very much. Flat white coffee color. No, because it wasn't. It wasn't like a coffee cream. It was blonde. It was, but at the same time, when I saw, and I knew it was a her. Well, Chris Miller, then what the hell are you doing in here? He says, she lies to you. She's going to try to end this. What the hell? What a comment. What a ridiculous comment. If you can't stand being in here, what the hell are you doing in my chat? What are you bothering to listen? That's on you, dude. That ain't on me. That's on you. Yeah, Paris says, Dr. Melba Ketchum. Yeah, look her up. DNA, Bigfoot, tested Bigfoot DNA. Super similar to human. There was a genome she did. She did the genome sequence, and she got a lot of shit for it, and people tried to make her out to be crazy. She's not crazy. She knows what the hell she's talking about. And she, and they tried to devalue everything that she did. But what she found was that there's a genome sequence. If I can't. Paramarv, is it? Who is it? Bigfoot Michigan Rob. His channel, is it him that interviewed her, or is it Duke? I think it may have been Duke who interviewed her. And there's 2 or 3 episodes on the channel. And I can't remember what Duke's channel's called right now. But yeah, she talks about the genome. The genome sequence of Bigfoot. She talks about that there's the female, something about the gene. There was a gene in there that is, and she was able to trace it back. It had to do something with a female human. Probably Duke. Yeah, it was World Bigfoot Radio. Thank you, Paramarv. Mwah. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of. World Bigfoot Radio. Duke Sullivan. He knows his shit. This guy, Duke Sullivan, and so Robin Haynes, and the other one that I just Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Those 3 I highly recommend. 94 on the numbers right now. I highly recommend all them. Yeah, thank you for putting it in chat, Para. We'll look him up. Thank you, Paramar, for the name. Yeah. Look up those channels because they know their shit. They know what the hell they're talking about. One of the guys goes out regularly. And Robin talks about her experiences. Matter of fact, to me, she is Robin. You go look her up. She is she knows her shit about Sasquatch. They talk to her on a regular basis. She talks about it. She teaches about it. I mean, I highly recommend these people. Matter of fact, I bow down to them. But yeah, it's because of Robin that I was like, oh my God, I'm not nuts. um, so and I haven't met her, I haven't talked to her, although I would like to. But yeah, at some point in my life, I need to connect with her. But yeah, I highly recommend her. She knows her shit when it comes to Sasquatch and extra experience, extra perception. Ugh, I was trying to say ESP. Couldn't think of the okay. Extra sensory perception. ESP. There we go. Whew. Brain fart again. Anyway, so if you like what you're hearing, if you appreciate what I'm talking about, share this out. Make this go viral because what I'm talking about affects all of us. Targeting affects all of us, especially via government using frequency weapons. That is a crime against humanity and must be stopped. There are so many crimes against humanity that are taking place by governments, and it's not okay. They are crimes against humanity in a grand scheme of things. If you believe what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about is real, because you are an experiencer, if you are an ET abductee, if you are part of my labs, MK Ultra, SSP, Secret Space Program, Super Soldier, that type of thing. If you understand and know what I'm talking about, believe in it, share this out because all of this needs to be talked about. Oh, wow. I've never heard of that one before, Justin. If you really want to have your socks knocked off, look into the... Okay, I can't even pronounce that. Something... Kamba something or other number theory around DNA. Man, that is fascinating. Yeah, look in research hypnosis. Now, I think hypnosis is great for other people. For me personally, I've not done it because I know what's coming in my life. I have been repeatedly, time and time and time again, shown exactly what is going to happen in my life regarding me being in front of Congress. So, in however many years from now. So that means that I cannot do hypnosis regression sessions because they will invalidate, because it's like a court of law. They will invalidate your experiences. In a court of law, they do not look kindly upon hypnosis regression. But if done properly, hypnosis regression is it's valid. But you've got to find people that are quality. I know a couple of people that are quality. And if you want names, I privately talk to me and I will give you names. But I will not state publicly because they don't need to be targeted any more than they already are. Hello, 115 on the numbers and 95. Wow, thank you, folks. But seriously, if you believe in these subject matters and you want more information, 111. Wow. 111. Wow. 111. I kid you not. And 33333 on the numbers. Holy shit, folks. Do you know how rare this is? Make this go viral. Make this... I'm not joking. Typically, I don't like saying something like that because I am not one for going... It scares the crap out of me. But make it go viral. This is some serious information that is going on. It's happening in the United States. I've been told by people in my chat that it's happening to them in Canada. That shocked the hell out of me. I know people where it's going on in the UK. and others in other Germany. It's happening in Germany. It's happening in Italy. I know that targeting is very real. I know it's a global issue, but I also know it's done being by government. And if you truly, yeah, those are big numbers. You have 3 ones, so you have 111, and then you have threes going across the board at the exact same moment that I'm looking up. That's a big freaking deal. Really big freaking deal, folks. Especially for me to notice it. So make this go viral. So sorry, I've got to have something in my hand right now. I am a dyslexic, and I have to move. I'm kind of wondering if I have ADHD or something like. Never been diagnosed or anything like that, but I've been diagnosed with dyslexia. So, enlighten me. What's happening? Targeting, frequency, do weapons. We haven't talked about gang stalking. I'm not going to get into gang stalking tonight, because that gets into a whole different ballgame. But targeting via frequency weapons, targeting via governments, extraterrestrials, cryptids such as Sasquatch or others. I actually talked about my personal life regarding, well, this is all my personal life, but regarding something that I very rarely talk about, my photography, or back in the day, photography. So yeah, always, I can't stress it enough. Always do your due diligence. Do your medical due diligence. Do your science due diligence. Do all of that before you deal with paranormal. Rule everything out first before you deal with paranormal. Unless you know for sure it's already paranormal and you've got, that's a different ballgame. So you get it now. Okay. Through dreams. Yeah, right. They don't let it. There is no paranormal. Wow. Talk about a form of delusional thinking, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Because that's not what I know. That's not what I've seen others know. What does this mean? That aliens are visiting us? Honey, aliens are abducting humans. Have been for a vast number of years. Yeah, seeing is believing. I've got family members who are like, I don't believe it until I see it. I get that. I understand that. What sucks is that they don't know that they're an ET abductee. And they're not going to believe me, even though I'm an ET abductee. So, I get it. Everybody's got a different opinion. Perhaps Paris says, perhaps this person means that paranormal is just normal that we don't yet understand. Very good question. It's very possible it's that way. No, I mean, I've seen shit I won't even tell people. Got it. Understood. What happened when you were abducted? Okay, honey, I've been abducted since I've been 4 years old. Well, my first memory is at 4 years old. I've been consistently told by other psychic mediums, those that I do not know personally, and those that I do know personally, that I've been abducted from the time that my mom was pregnant with me. Okay? But my first memory is at 4 years old, passing by the Butterfly Nebula. What we know as the Butterfly Nebula. What I personally know as the Infinity Galaxy. Because that is what the extraterrestrials told me it was called, what they call it. How do you remember that you've been abducted? Try waking up on board ship. Okay? Consciously waking up on board ship and having things done to you. How's that for knowing? Can you describe what you saw? Honey, I've seen so many. You think I'm delusional. Okay. Honey, I think I have. Hang on a minute. This is driving me nuts. Thank you, Para. Can you describe what you saw? Yes. I have for years. Go back through my previous broadcasts or live stream. Well, were live streams that are now replays. Go back through my replays. That's the word I was looking for. And you will find all kinds of descriptions. I talk about all different kinds of extraterrestrials I've seen. Everything from all different kinds of grays to shapeshifters that go from 8 foot tall looking like humans into felines, cat type extraterrestrials, to different kinds of reptilians, to, oh my God, so many other kinds of reptilians, I don't even know what to call them. Well, that's the other side of it is I don't know what a lot of the other species of ET are called and races of ET are called. But I know that I've seen them. I've had extraterrestrials hug me. I've had them fight with me. I've had physically fight with me. Well, physically and telepathically. I've had a 8 foot tall reptilian, not 3 to 6 inches from me. So yeah, and quite honestly, I don't give two shits if people believe me or don't believe me. And they're calling me delusional again. So effing what? If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But I'm not. I've been on a show with a psychiatrist who deals with paranormal. Who's like, I deal with people who are truly and deeply, she didn't use the word crazy. She called it something else. I don't remember what she called it. And she goes, you're not. You're an experiencer. You've got experiences, and that's just how it is. 110 in here right now. Okay, I've got to get back down to the basic chat. Okay, hang on a second. Questions in all caps, please. Did you ever encounter the Nordics? The Nordics are they the ones that are 7 feet tall with long blonde hair? And they're super pasty white. I've seen extraterrestrial, and they look human. I've seen extraterrestrials that have had, well, one of my hybrid kids has very blonde hair. It's almost white, in fact, but it's not, she's not Nordic. I don't know what she is, but she's human, obviously, because she's my child. But she's not a Nordic. I just don't know what species of ET they did with the splicing and dicing of the genetics. So, I don't remember them. Now, I do remember there was a light, well, not just one. There were light beings that I have seen, but very rarely, if I think I've ever, this may be the second or third time I've ever talked about them. I don't talk about them very often for really good reason, and I'm not getting into that tonight. That's a good question. What age did you get brought back? They will abduct, they have been known to abduct me and keep me for a couple of weeks at a time. There's a time dilation, what I know as a time dilation or time difference or time differential on board a true ET ship. Us humans have reverse engineered ships, and those ships are very much metal. They're not living consciousness. A true extraterrestrial ship is living consciousness. It will It does have metal morphine abilities. I do not understand the science behind that. Do I care to? Yeah, on some level, I want to know. On another level, that means that I'm going to have to frickin' describe it. I don't want to have to frickin' describe it. It's easier for me just to say it's metal, it's morphine metal. Because that gets into science stuff that I don't have any conception about. I don't have any understanding about it. And it's very frustrating to me, especially with my dyslexia. So, and I had my dyslexia completely under control up until the MFing government asshat started targeting me with frequency weapons. And now I'm back to frickin' square one with having to retrain my brain again. Piss me the F off. And that, all because of the government book that I read that they don't want me talking about. But I've talked about it extensively. So on the ship, what are the dark shadow entities you see during a night terror? Oh, God, I couldn't even begin to. That gets into a whole different form of paranormal. I can't even begin to go there. That's obviously not on tonight. Hit me up on a different night where we're talking about real like deep into paranormal stuff. Tonight is about targeting and extraterrestrials. Joe, I was just going to email you, but I'll ask you here. Why do questions in all caps, Joe? Why? I'm surprised I even caught this. Ask you here. Why do you SSP victims complain so much? You're looking for sympathy. I believe you, Nikki. No, I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm trying to get the information out there. It's not about complaining. It's literally about getting the information out to let people know what governments on this planet are doing to their own citizens. They are forms of crimes against humanity and they need to stop. It's another form of, oh my God, 100 on the numbers on the thumbs up. Thank you. And 101 in chat now. And again, 3 ones going across. Wow. Okay. Anyway, it's not about complaining. It is literally about getting the word out. This is what governments are doing, and it needs to stop regarding targeting their own citizens. It's not okay. It's morally reprehensible. It is reprehensible. It's not just morally it is reprehensible. It's insidious and it needs to stop. It's just as bad as when they are targeting children and taking children. And do I know that? Yes, because I was taken at 8 freaking years old. I'm pissed off about it, and it's not okay. I have every right to be pissed off over it. It is not okay. Also, crimes against humanity. So, yeah. That's where this stems from. It's getting the word out. It's making it known. It's stopping the silence. It's speaking truth. It's talking about what is taking place. And if people can't handle that, that's on them. But the thing is that this shit has got to stop. And those programs need to stop. Other programs, healthier programs, need to be put in place. Not this shit. And conglomerates, major conglomerates, are profiting, as well as deep state, as well as basic governments are profiting off of this. 105, 102, 103 on the numbers. It's got to stop. There needs to be some kind of legal global precedence for this shit to stop now. Mandatory across the globe. This is not okay. It is excessively dangerous. You are harming vast numbers of humans on this planet. It is crimes against humanity. That is not a complaint. That is a fact. Check out what is taking place right now across this planet. Those are crimes against humanity. There's protection on with governments. I understand that. There's wars created because of that. I understand that. Do I agree with it? No. But there are other fractions and factions of these situations that are going on that do need to stop. There's sections that do need to stop. And sections that do need to come out and be public and be talked about. It's not okay what's being done across this planet. And we are harming the planet that we are living on in a gigantic way. It is horrific how we are harming this planet. And if we continue to harm this planet, let alone its populations, we will not have a planet left to survive on. And I just got cut off and got brought back. Ain't that fun? So there's your answer to your question, Joe. And I didn't mean to be angry. I'm not angry at you, but it's a good question, and it's a valid question. Don't get me wrong. You do not have to justify yourself to these people. Thank you. I believe that. Cheryl or Sherry. I can't tell if that's an L or an I. I think it's Cheryl. I believe you. My 3-year-old nephew who's never watched any alien movies or cartoons tells us the most unbelievable detailed stories of being taken up to the sky and being in a room with medical stuff. For God's sake, get him on a recording. Have your family record oh my God, 126 that are watching. 104, make this go viral. I'm not joking. This is information that needs to be out vastly across multiple medias. And I know I look like shit, but I don't care at this point. Make this go viral. This information needs to be talked about. You're dealing with targeting. You're dealing with ET abductions. You're dealing with crimes against humanity that are going on this planet. Yeah, I get really heated about the crimes against humanity. 128. Oh my God. Hello, people. Get video of him talking about his experiences. If he's an ET abductee, then that most likely means that he's other family members are being an ET abductee. Mom may be an ET abductee. Okay? Whoever your sibling is or your brother or whatever, they may be the ET abductee, and that may be why that the son is, or the child is being an ET abductee. There are so many different sections to be an ET abductee. But record it will, because by the time he's 7, 8, 9 years old, he may not remember any of it. Because of training, because of society, because of how we talk about, how the public in general talks about these things. So being an ET abductee is a big deal. If he's talking about this stuff, he's never seen any kind of movies at 3 years old, for God's sake, get it recorded. That's a big deal. Ashley, what age were you when you got brought back? Honey, I'm 57 years old. Ashley, I get brought back every time. When you're an abductee, you get brought back. So most times, not everybody gets brought back, and I don't know why. So, I mean, that could be for any reason. There's so many different. There's taller and more benevolent. Yeah, there are really good ET abductees that are benevolent. Not all extraterrestrials are benevolent. Not all extraterrestrials are vicious or vile or wicked or whatever you want to call them. Many extraterrestrials are a wide range of, just like humans. You've got your really wicked humans, you've got your really good humans. There's a wide range in there. It's the same way with the extraterrestrials. Good, bad, and indifferent is how I usually describe them. Why did they bring you back to Earth? Because I've apparently had a mission to talk. That's my smart-ass answer. Why did they bring me back? It's a really good question. I've had moments, and they're brief moments, where I've literally said, just keep me over there. Get me off this frickin' planet, because the people here are nuts. With the destruction of this planet, with how they treat each other. And then I'm like, no, because I don't think I could handle living anywhere else. I love Earth. I love this planet. I've been on Mars. I've been on Moon. I've been a pilot in SSP. Do I care if you believe me or not? No, I don't give two shits anymore. I don't care anymore. And that's hard for me to say. Will I care if this goes viral? Yeah, probably. But I'm here to tell you, this is happening. It's taking place. It's taking place to a lot of people. I mean, my mom was pregnant with me. My mom was pregnant with me and E.T. abducted. My first memory, 4 years old. I'll say it over and over and over again. I've said it until I'm practically blue in the frickin' face. I've been abducted. I saw that. That is the Butterfly Nebula. We passed by it on an ET ship. I know it as an ET craft, but I saw Earth go by in the ship when we were leaving the planet. I don't remember going by the moon, though. They distracted us. I was 4 years old. Hello, 4-year-old kid. They distracted us pretty easily. Other adult humans were on board ship. I've talked about this over and over and over again. And apparently I'm going to have to talk about it again until I'm blue in the face. So, it is what it is. Yeah, Cable Knitter. Okay, Cable Knitter is saying, isn't it funny how all the descriptions match up with references for Earth creatures, laugh out loud, or things already shown in movies? So many lies, but zero original imagination. Well, my response to that is, it has to do with slow disclosure. They've been doing slow disclosure over, good God, since movies were created, essentially. I'm just going to call you Glute because I can't pronounce the rest of that. What if you were abducted by humanity? Other way around. I have been abducted by humanity. I've been abducted by the global frickin' government, specifically the government of the United States, put into the program called SSP, or what is publicly known as SSP. I know it as other things, but, I was a pilot, and that was vicious. Truly wicked vicious. So, yeah. Ski Skills Montana, all caps. All caps. No, it means the entire question needs to be in all caps, dear. Me and my sister saw a UFO 15 feet away hovering silently. I don't think we were abducted, but I remember if I did. Not necessarily. Highly unlikely you'd remember if you did. Especially if they didn't want you to remember. With the abductions and other ET at play, how does that affect your view on God? If you have any, genuinely curious. I believe in Source, aka God. I believe in Jesus. I am a Christian, and I'm an extremely unusual Christian. And I'm a psychic medium, and I have a past life memory of remembering Jesus on the cross. So, there you go. How's that for an answer? I know you're new here, but there's your answer. I think of the tall whites as super pasty white, and the Nordics as looking more human, and form of Scandinavian could easily pass for human. Yeah. What are the dark shadow entities that you see when you are having a night terror? Tried to. Yeah, that's a different subject. That goes into a whole different subject. I don't know what they're called. I know I've seen them before on other people. It's a form of fuck, I don't know what to call them. Sleep paralysis is it's both. You've got a medical situation. There's that form of sleep paralysis, and then you've got a form of sleep paralysis that has to do with paranormal. Night terror is a form. Well, there's a couple of different forms of night terror. So, and one of them goes into paranormal. So you need to be sure about the kind of stress levels you've got in your. So the medical side of that, you got to be sure about the stress levels in your life, how you're dealing with stuff psychologically, consciously. Well, there's another form, and I lost the words because I was trying to describe too much. And then the other form is paranormal. And that's a whole nother subject. Ski Skills Montana, would I remember if I was abducted? Not necessarily. Some, you might remember certain things. Go back into some of my other replays, show replays. What are SSP victims? All arrogant, know-it-all assholes. They've experienced, and I don't know about arrogant assholes, but I know that they've experienced a hell of a lot of trauma in their life, and many of them have been mentally broken down so bad to create alters. Alters are other personalities, and it's a form of MK Ultra. They tried that with me. Mine is my lab, Abductions. They tried to break me down and split my mind, and it didn't work. Which is why they put me into being a pilot, because they had to put me somewhere, because now I knew about them. So they put me into being part of one of their pilot programs. And I do mean pilot, as in flying transport vehicles off planet. It's not that they're know-it-alls. It's just that they've experienced so freaking much. I understand that. It's like what I've gone through with my own life. It's not that I've been called that too. It's not that I know it all. I've experienced a ton of shit. Things that would break other people. I get that. I understand that. It's not easy. Lorentz transformation, the math of the physics. Justin Stuck says, okay. I will hopefully try to get that researched. Have you ever watched the episodes from V? Yeah, I watched that long time ago, back when it was first on. Oh God, I hit a freaking button again. Yeah, Paramarv says, well, they have been through a lot at Joe. I'd be grumpy too. Yeah, they are grumpy. And they have every freaking right to be. I mean, come on. They've been used, abused, and some of them have witnessed things like I have, where I've seen people murdered in front of my face because of taking orders from asshole people in government. Ouch. Owie, owie. XOLO is saying, with the abduction and other ET at play, how does that affect your view? Oh, I did that already. Planet. Let's see. I respect just being able to question. Yeah, we are your help here. Take our hand. Thank you. Wake one. Okay. Okay, sweet table. I can't pronounce the first part. Sweet table. Does targeting happen when you are sleeping? I'm new to this topic. Very interesting. Target. Well, for me, it's happened while I've been in bed sleeping, but it also happens at different. Whether I've been sitting in this chair, whether I've been up walking around in my home, whether I've been. So wherever you have a specific chair, couch. If you're known to sit on the floor, on pillows, or just sit on the floor, or wherever your computer is, wherever your technology is, they can track you via your phone. There are so many different ways that they can track you. They can see, the technology is now to where they can see heat sources via things. So, I mean, as I know it from my own personal targeting, they, for whatever reason, are not able to track me when I walk. If I don't have my device with me, they don't, that's why I talk about the government asshats in Astral, because they come to find out where I'm sitting or where I'm at. So then that way it's easier for she's going to be there for a couple of hours, so turn it on. So that's an answer to your question. Saw a UFO, Ski Skills, Montana. We saw a UFO up close. Would I know if I were dumped? I've already answered that. Nephilim. Okay. Oh, okay. Joe, I'm serious. The SSP victims are unhealthy. I told everyone James Rink was melting before your eyes. James Rink was severely targeted and had very, very serious medical problems. I keep wanting to call you Italian, but that's Ital loc. I can't read that. Direct harm. Yeah, it is direct harm. It's so known. Every time someone with a voice tries to say something, they kill them off. Yes, they do. I agree, Ashley. Don't care. We're studied by our own. Okay. Cheryl, have you ever metal detected yourself? My brother-in-law lost time, then had a bump on his wrist, and it set off the metal detector. No, I have not. You can have, matter of fact, who was I telling last time I was on? I don't remember who it was, but I basically, on Monday night when I was last on, because I had to reschedule my Saturday broadcast. Take a what is it, an EMF? Para, you'll know this more than I do. You take is it an EMF reader or a one that can detect whether an outlet in your house is turned on or not, has electricity running through it. You take that and run that over your body. You can find Not always. It depends. That's old school shit. And if you're dealing with that kind of stuff, then you're dealing with older technology, because the newer technology you will not be able to trace. If you have that kind of a device in you and it set off a metal detector, my question to you then becomes, how old was the person who experienced that? And is that a form of government? Because government is using the older school stuff. Something to think about. And so their stuff will definitely, usually trigger those kind of detectors. The new ones from the ETs will move in the body. They will actually move inside the body. And I just realized my eyes are getting sensitive again, which means my migraine meds are wearing out. But know this, I found out the hard way that in your ethereal body, so in your aura, you can have, depending upon who you are or who you will eventually become later on in your life, you can actually have a device not put in your body, but put in your aura. That was a hell of a mind bender when I found that out. Hang on, I'm going to start coughing. Okay, back to this. I had to hold my head because my head was starting to hurt. She was 7. Okay. Yeah, I know. Alpha Kenny Body 4. Yes, I know they're watching. They always watch. They want to know what the hell I'm talking about. Why do you believe this information is important? Don't they do EMF studies on us while we're laying in bed? Just curious of your opinion, not judging. That's not what I know. Why do I believe this is important? I talked about that already. I talked extensively about that. Show, thank you. Okay. You look adorable. Not sexy, don't hit me, but you don't know how much power you have. Yeah, I do know how much power I have. I've got a pretty damn good experience in that. Found out the hard way when I was first targeted, the night that they targeted me the very first time. Go back and then listen to my broadcast over that one. Ho ho ho! That'll get you some some interesting things. Ton, but they all are like Ted Bundy deep inside. Yeah. Not commenting on that. We'll read it, but I'm not commenting on it. Justin, creating a decentralized state on the back of a decentralized internet where communities create their own laws with a general central force. Just a thought, but doesn't need to necessarily be addressed. There's a movie about abduction. It's called Fire in the Sky, 1997. Oh, that's just one of many, dear. Isn't that the Travis Walton movie? Or about him, I should say. Gotta wonder why this bullshit was recommended to me. Anthrobean 2906 said that. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. When I think back to, I remember several times when I would wake up in the middle of this sleep and be on a big ship. Well, there you go. Okay, scrolling on down. Red Australia 1. What do the aliens eat? Oh, God. Well, there's a wide variety of things. Depends on which race of, or which species of ET. Amy says, Nikki, I'd rather be on Allura. I understand, sweetie. I do. I get it. Taryn Fairchild, aliens are demons. IMO. No, actually, they're not. I know what a true demon is versus an extraterrestrial. That is such a misconception. But that's your opinion. That's, you choose to believe that way. So, there you go. I'm coming from the experiencer side of it, dealing with them. Oh, this is an interesting question. I'm just going to call you Locan because I can't even read this. It's ITALOCAN. Candice? 81. Anyway, I think certain drugs connected you to aliens' consciousness like ketamine and DMT. Nope. Go back into some of my lives. U.S. government scopolamined me at 8 years old. Try that. Extraterrestrials don't frickin' do that. Humans do that. Amy, there are plenty of other nice planets out there that don't have 10% of the bullcrap going on here. I frickin' agree. There's one planet that I would love to actually be on and actually visit again, and not in astral. I went there in astral form, and because of Robert, and I would love to go back and visit that planet. I just don't know the name of the planet, and it was a long ways away from Earth. T. Jefferson 6365 is asking, what did you fly? In SSP, they were called transport vehicles. I was a damn good frickin' pilot. It was one of the best in the business, in my opinion. And I say that not as being conceited, but because I always brought back people alive when they even did 111 on the numbers on likes. Thank you, everybody. That's the high. Wow, thank you. I brought back people alive against orders because I believe in bringing people back alive. I don't believe in leaving people there or letting them get unalived. I have a very, very specific view on that. And they were on missions, and I brought them back alive. And my consequences for bringing people back alive was watching my pilot partner be murdered in front of me on the orders of a very specific, real military officer that I can name. First, middle, last name, including the nickname that all of us in the programs used to call this bastard. So, yeah, how's that for information? Did you see any other humans? Yes. Numerous. Those who have who are Shoya 3899? Who are you? My name is Nikki Jacobs. I am a psychic medium. You are on the YouTube channel Restore Belief with Nikki. I am psychic medium, survivor of forced participant in SSP government programs, my lab abductee, ET abductee, I deal with all of those subjects plus targeting plus paranormal plus cryptids, blah, 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 blah. It gets old after a while, but it's my life. It is what it is. Whole planet is in agreement with you there. Yeah, oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm a victim and a survivor. Justin Stuck, 8312. Look up Carl Jung, not Jung, but Jung, and archetypes. Your body shuts down part of your brain that disallows you from being to move, but your cortisol and adrenaline spikes. Okay, interesting info. What is my belief? You got to be more specific. I'm quite far up in chat, and you have to be specific with your questions. Please put your questions in all caps. The entire question in all caps. Have you ever lived in Michigan, Virginia, or North Carolina? Not in this lifetime. I have never even visited those states. Been across over 13 states in my lifetime. I've never been to those. What kind of comm systems did they have? The extraterrestrials or the humans that are working with extraterrestrials, negative extraterrestrials, or detrimental extraterrestrials, however you want to call that. It's much of it is a combination. The comms systems are much like. Hang on a second. That's not a question I've ever been asked before. The comm systems are communication systems are very much. It depends on if you're wearing a helmet. It's in the helmet. If you are, how do I say this? Some of it's extraterrestrial, some of it's human, some of it's a combination of the two that is built by humans, but they're using extraterrestrial technology. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Anyway, I'm in Michigan almost all my life, except for 4 years in North Carolina. Yeah, see, that's para. Okay. Acute, right, or obtuse, no, Nikki. Joe, Nikki, you are also very arrogant, my love. You are a smartass. I'm sorry if that's what I see. Oh, that's your opinion. No, I'm tired of the bullshit I see on this planet. I'm sick to death of it, and there's a lot of things that need to change. There's really a lot of things that need to change. I've come from poverty. I've experienced real poverty. Food shortages are nothing. I've experienced. I grew up in a completely different life than a lot of other people that I've been around, and it gets very old real fast. And if you're calling me arrogant, then so be it. You're calling me arrogant, and that's your belief. So be it. Time dilation. What about time dilation, Justin? I don't even know. To me, that would be a source and a God question. True 41C. Who created the angels you believe in? I don't even know how to begin to answer that one. Ski skills. Crazy. Oh, okay. Justin, gotta go. Wishing you all the best and health. Same to you. Cheryl, does the smell of burnt cardboard trigger your memory of aliens? No. Um, no, actually, no. Okay, everybody is different. Cheryl, when it comes to ET abductions, every person has a different experience. What triggers your memories for you is what's for you. What triggers my memories is different for me. So regarding burnt cardboard, okay, here's an example. I had a guy in Astral, government ass had an Astral, come in tonight before I started the live broadcast. Looking up at my clock, trying to see approximately what time that was. I don't know. I've got it listed. I've got it written down. It was 9 something, I think, my time. And he smelled of mechanics. He smelled of mechanical. Oh, it's on my phone. It's not in my book yet. I haven't transferred it over yet. So yeah, it's different for everybody. But regarding extraterrestrial, many of them you won't even smell because they can cloak themselves. That's the only way. That's how we would know it. I know it as they go into a. Excuse me. They go into a phase. It's called phase shifting. And in the phase shifting, they're here. They could be standing right next to me or standing behind me or right in front of me, and you would never know it. You would not smell them because they're literally in a different frequency than you and I. And that frequency makes it so that the as I was told by the extraterrestrials, we do not have the quote unquote this is a quote, humans do not have the cones in their eyes to be able to see the broad spectrum frequency of us. End quote. God, to remember that. Jesus. I usually only remember sections of that, but to remember the whole frickin' thing is a big damn deal right now. It's just this frickin' shadow. Okay. The ETs. Okay, that's what. Okay, so your 3-year-old nephew started talking about his alien experiences. He didn't call it a spaceship because he didn't know what to call that. He didn't know that term. The ETs will call it a craft. C-R-A-F-T. They will not call it a ship. They will. Well, I don't know about the current ETs. The ETs that I deal with, they call their ships craft. C-R-A-F-T. So usually a child will start calling it what they've heard it being called. And if he hasn't heard, and they're telepathic, which means, so these extraterrestrial, if they truly are abducting him, they will be telepathic with him. Start experimenting with your own abilities. Start learning to be telepathic. You can probably be telepathic with your nephew, or your family can. Ashley Hinton, hello. True 41, you're spamming that question. Not cool. I've already answered that question. Lorna McIntosh, hello. Allie, I'm just going to say Allie, thank you. Yeah, true. Which source? Joe, okay. She talked about it earlier in this video. Tabby, yes, thank you, Tabby. Who is they? Extraterrestrials, Andrea, I can't even, okay. EXO is asking, do you have a theory of why people wake up regularly at what is called the quote-unquote witching hour, question mark? Think it could be tied together? No. Do I think it could be tied together? No, I really don't. That to me, okay, this is only my viewpoint. This is not psychic. This is just my viewpoint and my opinion. To me, it could be a medical issue or even a circadian rhythm thing, which is medical. So everyone loves. Sweet table, Nordic description you gave, very interesting. I've seen a being with the exact description you gave, but I thought it was something spiritual. I didn't pay much. No, those are extraterrestrial. Dear. True 41C? Do you go to church? Not anymore. Okay. I am a heretic in my religion, so hello. At least that's what I've been repeatedly called, amongst other things. Keep talking like that, True 41, and you will be blocked. I'm not putting up with that kind of shit. He was about 21 in the 1970s. Cheryl, okay. Technology. XO, do you think ET gave us our technology? If so, why would they do that? Oh, they did it in trade. I know they did. They did it in trade. There's not... They did it in trade for human bodies. Let's put it that way. It's the nicest way to say it. And it's not the nicer ETs. Let's put it that way, too. Which starseed are you? Okay, my eyes are acting up. Unicorn Diva 3157. Which starseed are you? I know which. Oh, F balls. I can't think straight. Just a second. My migraine's starting to, well, it's a headache now, but it's starting to come back into as a migraine. I know which system my, I was going to say my soul came from, but that's not right. That's really not accurate. How do I say it? I know which system I'm from. Let's put it that way. I am a human. But I was an ET in different lifetimes. Hello to the... I was just about to say Jabberwocky. That's not what I meant. Hello to those who have come in. Are you Arcturian? Interesting. Now, why would you say that, Unicorn Diva? I do want to hear why. Wake 188. I was in 97. Okay. Fire in the Sky. Thank you, Paramarv. For adding in the Fire in the Sky thing. How did government find out about your gifts? God's Green-Eyed Angel 74. How did government find out about your gifts? 8 years old. Actually, they really didn't know much about them. They did, but they didn't. When they put me into SSP at 8 years old, well, they started me off in my labs at 8 years old. Eventually went into SSP and became a pilot, or they put me in as a pilot. That's where I learned how to operate flying. I was about to call it a shuttle. It's not a frickin' shuttle. Go back to last Monday's replay. 7 hours, but I'll eventually get the description box written up for timestamps. Robert White goes in and talks, one of my mods goes in and talks about what he remembers, and he's exactly right. They're like part of the skulls in where you got the Olympics. In the Olympics, they've got bobsleds and the luge and skulls and things like that. It's very similar to that, but you are forward, not feet forward. You're face forward, and you're flying the ship with your mind. They do that with children. Kevin, hello, Kevin Bishop. Ivan Soyas, do you believe in Jesus? Yes, I've talked about that already. Hang on, it's coughing. Well, so I've started coughing. That's not a good sign. Okay, do you know, Cheryl, do you know if Bigfoot's come from another planet? Because we've come across his prints in the snow. They start in the middle of a field, then usually end near a stream or a lake shore. Yeah, I know you're serious. I know that there are some that do, and I know that some Sasquatch, I know him as Sasquatch. They don't like the term Bigfoot. But I know that, hang on, I had a brain fart going on because that damn coughing and the head starting in. There are numerous Sasquatch that do not like extraterrestrial whatsoever. So there's that side of it. Choro or Koro Money Raj, that's all I'm gonna. The rest of that is very long. Can you see through mediums? If yes, what do you often see? I don't even know. You need to be a little bit more specific in that. Yeah. All right, smartass. Carbide beer. Oh, that's not the name, but we're not going to be rude. Cool Cat, when will the U.S. government make contact with UFOs? Honey, they did already. You're dealing with the 1930s. I appreciate you and believe, says Cheryl. Thank you. Pokemon. Hello. Yo. Hi. Cool Cat. When will the U.S. government tell the American citizens around the country? Oh, that's a good question. They've got too many frickin' secrets to... well, they're going to eventually be forced. I know that. The ETs are getting tired of certain things. They'll eventually be forced. Cool Cat, sorry, you at this Betty and Barney abduction. Was it true? Yes, it was true. 10 Light Star 01, you are beautiful. Thank you. Cheryl, yes, he does. Delta Bravo Base. Grandma, you look so young. Thank you. Patrick Thackeray, for consumption or to walk among us? They're already walking among us. Totally human? No. Patrick Thackeray, do you mean me totally human? Yes, I'm totally human. Well, I'm sorry. The reason why I said it that way is because I've been told, oh, you're a hybrid. And then I've been told by others, no, you're not. And I've been told by the ETs, you're human. Excuse me. They know and track from birth. Yes, they do. Wake 188. Carol Simon, death is peeking round your door. Well, aren't you nice and special? Eric TM2KQ, so you fly children with your mind? I was a child at the time. I flew, oh my God. Let's try this again. I was a child at the time, and I flew extraterrestrial ships. How else do you say that? I don't know how else to say that. But it was also part of SSP. XOLO20, why do they study us? What's the point? We are merely chimpanzees to them, aren't we? Why did they start? And how long have they been studying? Also, were they ever humans? I have no idea if they were ever humans. We are classified as children by the abductees. Oh my God. I am tired. We are classified as children and infantile by the extraterrestrials. Why they study us? There's so many different reasons, too long to go into. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. She's saying, brother, enough. Our host has requested none of this to divide the chat and their views, so leave or follow the request, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. Between you and my... Thank you. There's numbers. Yeah. Tyler, this is my grandma. Well, I'm not a grandmother, human-wise, per se, but I have been told by the ETs that I've got hybrid grandchildren now. Quite a few of them, in fact, which actually made me very happy. I actually sat and cried. I was so ecstatic when I heard that. Are we raising their offspring? In the grand scheme of things, no, but there are some, yeah. Crystal Flores, have you noticed time speeding up and seems to be going by faster and faster? Yeah, some of them. Cool Cat did. Okay. Do you know who Laura Eisenhower is? You might want to check her Facebook page. You might want to check out the things that she talks about her. I think it's her great grandfather, I think. Regarding Cool Cat is asking, did President Eisenhower have a meeting with UFO aliens? Coca-Cola Rosa 4195. Who is they and hybrid of what? They are extraterrestrials, also known as aliens. It's also they is also known as global governments, deep state global governments, or those that target. Hybrid of what? Extraterrestrial and human hybrid. Tyler Belts 3480. This has to be satire, right? Not satire. But not past life. How much do you remember? I remember a lot. I've now remembered 106 past lifetimes. Amy, Nikki, she's responding to Tyler. Nikki doesn't do satire. No, I don't. Okay. Good morning, wherever you are. Hello, Jarul. Excuse me, Deborah Parsons, 8362. And who told you that? Who told me what, dear? XO. Holy shit, that makes sense. You're saying we are children. Wow. So do you believe that we go level up and eventually become ET? No, that's not what I believe, but I don't even know where to begin with that one. Do we get a certain state and evolve into something more? If we get away of what the global governments are doing regarding our consciousness, because that's what that is what the extraterrestrials want, is for us to have better, higher consciousness states. Because what global governments are doing regarding the technology across the planet is they're eventually screwing, not eventually, they are screwing with our higher consciousness states because of the technologies that they're using. And it's severely affecting our minds in a really derogatory way. Have you ever had EXO? Have you ever had conversation or asked about dimensional places? I've asked the other side. I've not talked to the ETs about it. Okay. Patrick Thackeray, I come from a long line of clairvoyance, and what would you classify that as? Oh, I'm not happy with the words psychic medium. Intuitive is more, probably more of the word that I would use. But psychic medium is the one that seems to fit in so many ways. Yeah, you're welcome for answering all the questions and with the awareness, EXO. You're calling me a dumb... Really, Mr. Moex? Good question, Lorna McIntosh. How can we combat our higher consciousness being hijacked? Really good question. Well, from my own personal experiences, start delving into higher consciousness states. Start learning about it. Start learning about protection methods. There are vast different ways of going about that. Start getting into and start wearing, and I'm not joking on this, after what I've experienced with the targeting that I've experienced has been really freaking bad. Start wearing clothing and hats that have some kind of silver Faraday fabric to it. Or create your own. Buy the cloth and literally cut the pattern out and make your own clothing out of it. Protect your body. Protect your body from the frequencies that we are. Our physical body is being inundated with frequency. The higher consciousness, you're dealing with in my opinion, we as humanity are dealing with forms of frequency poisoning, and it is medically affecting our physical bodies in a major way, and it's dire, which will affect our pineal gland, which will affect all sections of our brain, all sections of our body, and will cause significant traumas. And so in doing that, find cloth that is Faraday type cloth, turn it into clothing. If I could do that, man, I would have that in a heartbeat. I'd be selling that all over the frickin' place. There's so many different things I would do now that I'm aware of certain things. And work on your skills of consciousness. Build your frequency up. Learn about frequency. Learn about frequency warfare, because frequency warfare is out there. Look it up on government, 3-lettered agency that starts with a C in U.S. government. Look up the patents for it, because the patents are there. They're dealing with frequency and how it deals with the human body, which is that gets into Havana and Savannah syndrome on the body. So get in and start learning about consciousness and higher consciousness states and levels and forms of protection. That's what I would answer to you, Lorna McIntosh. That's your answer. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. Amy, do you agree with the statement, all mediums are psychic, but not all psychics are mediums? Yes. Because I've known people that do not receive any other information whatsoever, but yet are completely able to talk to spirit, but yet don't have any other paranormal experiences. I've come across psychics who are not capable of talking at all to spirit whatsoever, but yet they receive all kinds of information. So yeah, I've witnessed it for myself. It's been a hell of an eye-opener over the years. And I know other psychics and mediums who would probably disagree with me, but that's what I have personally witnessed from certain people. Patrick Thackeray, please give us the start for that state. What state? The state of consciousness? It's all about frequency. It's about you building and raising your frequency up. So glad I came across your podcast. I listened to George Norrie on Coast to Coast, but that show has gotten so political and so many commercial breaks, says Cheryl. Yeah. Okay, so you want quality, you want shows. I gotta be careful when I start you. Just a second. I gotta, hang on. Okay, so Cheryl, look up Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott on YouTube. He's also on different. Oh, my voice is getting lower. That means my throat's starting to go. He's on YouTube, but he's also on. His show is also on terrestrial radio, regular radio stations across the United States. Not a couple of handles, I think, is how I would say that. There's a number of other shows that I would suggest you looking up. Go into my channel and look up the file folders and what they're labeled as, and you will find other channels that you can search for information. There's also Geraldine Orozco, who deals with energy and frequency, things of that nature, a lot of other subjects. There's other people that I would recommend that I cannot think of the names of right now. Paramarv has already put different show names in the chat. So if you've missed that, hang on. That's better. So if you've missed that, go into the replay of this podcast live stream, and after it's over with, probably like later Sunday, because when this ends, it will not be made public for at least, I would say, 5-10 minutes, because I've got my own work to do on the channel in order to make sure that everything is hunky-dory, so to speak. So there's that aspect. So hopefully that'll give you some options. Alan X1M says, I can answer that question. Go out into no man's land and stay off any tactical. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. Here's the thing about that, though, Alan. This planet is so technology based now, with so many satellites across the planet in outer space, or however you want to word that. Well, not in outer space itself, but surrounding the planet, that anything can be found. So I have been told by a retired military personnel who knows that there are situations to where we can go even in ground and in tunnels, and they can still find you. So, hello. Just be aware. Patrick Thackeray, I find that grounding at night makes me much better. Yeah, much healthier. Deal with grounding meditation, feet on soil, grass, on dirt, on rock, on whatever, but on ground makes a big difference. Oh, I didn't realize I was that late into stuff. Where the hell is my cord? So, hang on. Oh, you're going to hear buzzing, unfortunately. I've got 15 points left on my battery. What is the necklace you have on? Also, what is your understanding on dimensions? Also, what do you believe we should do? Try to contact or avoid contact, abuse of vulnerability. Ugh, too many. Necklace is black. God, I always forget. Obsidian? It's not tourmaline. I think it's black obsidian. And the covering was made by a friend of mine. Understanding of dimensions. Yeah, I've been through some. I don't know how else to explain that. Go back to some of my live broadcasts and listen to some of that. What do you believe we should do? Try to contact or avoid contact? Depends on the species race of ET. There are some that I would say, yes, truly, have contact completely, totally and completely. Others, I'm like, watch it. 100% frequency poisoning. Okay. Oh, Amy, I would love to read that, but I'm trying to get down to the bottom of the chat right now. Know if I was abducted by a cool cat back in the 70s. I was going to work and I was following me on the freeway. 7 years of sleep and I could not wake up. Oh, cool cat, have a different conversation with me, or I'm gonna have to come back and earlier in the week, and we'll get into that. Hit me up with that again. I'll try to make that. We'll have a conversation about that. I can't get into that tonight. I'm losing battery power. AJB L5XHHH, the Galactic Federation of Worlds is real. Yes, but I do not call it the Galactic Federation. I know it as the Consortium. Thank you for Lorna, thank you for answering. I've been reading about this for a few months now. Yeah. Raise your vibration. Ooh. AC interview from 94 YouTube. Interesting in person. Do your research. Mama First 6777, wear high vibrational clothing like linen. Yes, I agree with that, but make sure the linen is quality, true linen, because they're cutting certain linen with certain things now, or have been for some time. So make sure the linen is real quality, which means it's going to be very expensive. Okay, Paramarv, I'm down to the spaced out radio. Thank you for posting that. Okay. D Worm 6976, Nikki, awesome show. You were on fire tonight for sure. Gotta head to bed. Laugh out loud. Thank you for being here, D Worm. Chief, you need a memory crystal. Oh no shit, Chief Wiggy. Yeah, I agree. Michelle, thank you, Nikki, for all your info and help. Will definitely be back now that have found my people. Oh, that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that, Michelle. Too many satellites, yes. Yes, I agree with Amy. She's saying to Patrick Thackeray, some have claimed they have broken and are whistleblowers, but still have not really broken. Be careful with it. She's right. Be very careful. Going off grid only makes them look harder, says Solid Tank. Yes and no. It just depends on who you are and what's going on. Yes. Patrick Thackeray, do you carry any rocks with you? Yes, I do. I'm not talking about that, though. But yes, I do. Tim Collins. Oh, that's awful, Tim Collins. About the dog. I'm so sorry. Cheryl, thank you, Paramarvin, Nikki, and Amy. Yes. What's your schedule, Cheryl? What's your schedule? Typically Saturday nights, 10 p.m. Pacific. I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Washington State. Thank you for asking. I needed to get that out before anything else happens. Because once I plug this in, it's going to be buzzing, and it's obnoxious as F. So Saturday nights, 10 p.m. If I can't do that, I'll try to go for 11 p.m. the same night. And if I'm having a medical issue like I did last Saturday, I will reschedule for a day in the week. And last week I was able to do Monday. That was the only day I was able to do. But it's usually Saturday nights, 10 p.m. to midnight. It's supposed to be to midnight. 2 hours. I'm into 5 hours now. I did a 7.5 hour last time. I was a mind bender. But so many people were asking so many questions, but I had so many freaking trolls in there, and I'm so thankful for my mods. And Paramarv was phenomenal. And then after Paramarv was Lil Cam. So, oh my God, thank you guys. And Amy was homesick, so yeah, that's because otherwise she's here. I mean, just that's a given. So last question. We'll look at old podcasts. Sorry for repeat questions. In my dreams, I occasionally bright white light and I feel sick, nauseous. I can never go through. Have any idea of that? I would be asking questions about either hierarchies or extraterrestrials. Yeah, Para, you've been hearing about linen thing a bunch lately. Maybe it's a sign. Yeah, it's a sign. Amy, why is linen a higher vibrational than cotton? How was this tested? I don't remember. I just remember it was tested. And linen was used to help prevent certain bacterias and things like that back in the olden days. So there was different things of that nature. Are you ever afraid of sharing? Yes, says Patrick. Patrick Thackeray is the one who asked the question. My answer is yes. You can raise your vibration also by living a true gratitude. Yes. The more gratitude, the more thankfulness that you give, even on a day if you're having a really bad day. Like I had my meltdown yesterday because of my migraine. The migraine was so bad. It's extremely rare. And then afterwards, after I got some sleep and rested, I was like, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I was able to actually sleep, actually get the rest. Gratitude, thankfulness and gratitude. Even you're alive. You have a roof over your head. You have heat in your house. Do you know how many? There are so many homeless. That there are so many people that are, it's just thankful for anything that you have in your life is a big deal. Thankful and grateful. It's a big deal. It changes frequency. Really does. Yeah, I can't remember, Para. I can't remember how all of it went. Okay. What's it? Yeah, in Pacific time. What are hierarchies? Hierarchies are like the angels and the different royalties. Sorry, the different royalties that deal with all of the different kinds of paranormal. I don't know how else to say that. Yeah, linen is resistant to bacteria. Yeah, look at Jesus' shroud. Whew. Wow, that was incredible. I'm back at the bottom now. Okay. Uh, did you say Little Cam is here? Good to see. Oh, Little Cam is here. Awesome. I didn't even see him come in. Oh, there you are. 25 degrees here in Missouri. Oh, holy crap, Lil Cam. Okay, I'm going to plug in. I'm going to put myself on mute for a moment. While I do that, I want you to ask me any of the last questions of the night. That's it, okay? So ask. I'm hitting mute now. So ask questions. All caps, please. Okay, Patrick Thackeray, do the bad ETs or governments attack homeless in the streets? Not that I'm aware of. Do the bad ETs? No. Although they do have to deal with certain, there may be Sasquatch who are rogue who are scrounging, or dogmen who are scrounging, other things. Government, oh dear God, pardon me. There are different, but make sure, Patrick, all caps. There are situations where governments are cracking down on feeding homeless. Cities, certain cities with all of that kind of stuff. Are there any books you say need to be read to aid us? Yes. I've heard of, yes, there are, but Paramarv has already put some of those in chat, so you're going to have to go back in to the chat after the broadcast. Dr. Artie Six Killer Clark is an author. Shirley MacLaine, Out on a Limb, she was one that got me to start thinking about astral projection and extraterrestrials. That was from that's a 1980s book. There are so many. If I can remember all of, Cheryl Costa, the Big Pink Ufology book. Get it, buy it. It gives the numbers. It's statistical. She and her wife are she and her wife Linda. I don't remember Linda's maiden name, but Cheryl and Linda Costa. They are statistical analysts, and if I remember this correctly, please forgive me if I'm incorrect. And Cheryl is a journalist, or was a journalist for a New York newspaper. I can't remember which. But anyway, look up those books. That's on Amazon. But it's a pink book. Thank you, Paramarv. What stone should be worn to protect our own frequency? I wear hematite covered in bronze. I like it, so I bought it for my birthday last month. Sweet table. Okay. What should be worn to protect our own frequency? Shungite. Oh, my eyes are changing color. Holy shit. That's a bad sign for me right now when it comes to migraines. That means my brain's going to be going into... Okay, so... Yeah, hematite. Do not wear hematite rings. They break like they're going out of style. But wear hematite, shungite, obsidian is really good when you're dealing with paranormal. But frequency, shungite. There's others, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. XO. I was in government programs. My mind goes to demonic, then ET. I wonder what the difference is. I'm a firm believer. They use I was reading that. Yes, they do. Michelle Boland's Hopper Light is another good. I've not heard of that. You've got to describe that to me for me, please. EXO, yes, you are correct in governments and children. It's insidious. You are correct in the evils of demons regarding. Now, there are certain factions, as I'm going to call it, of government that I have learned some way, somehow, some of them are using things that deal with paranormal. And that's all I'm going to say. Any other questions before I call it a night? Type them up, folks. I will wait. I'm putting myself on mute. Awesome, Para. Thank you. Cheryl Costa and Linda Costa, UFO sightings desk reference. That's what I couldn't remember. And for me to have to drink Coca-Cola, that tells you my stomach's really freaking out. Yeah, okay, so I want to read this. Cheryl Costa and Linda Costa, quote, UFO sightings desk reference, United States of America, 2001, 2020. I highly recommend that book. It's another one. It is statistical analysis of UFO sightings. It's a big deal, folks. EXO, sorry, realized it wasn't a question and didn't want to put it in all caps. And yes, been there, understand, just don't talk about it. I totally get that, EXO. Totally understand that. Okay, Michelle, it is the one that is found around one of the Great Lakes. Oh, awesome. And it will light up under black light. My grandfather, Goat Man crew, had this tested and told by Big Dog. Understood what you mean. Who else did you mention? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember. I mentioned Shirley MacLaine. I mentioned Dr. Artie Six Killer Clark. I thought there was somebody else. Okay, you're asking me, do you speak Arabic or no? No, but I recognize it when I hear it, usually. Not always. Okay, I got something to say about what Michelle just wrote. Hang on a second, I gotta take a drink. I had to calm my stomach down before. I don't need me vomiting on air. That would not be good. Okay. How are you tonight? Are you able to channel anything for me about my life and really? No, honey, I'm in the process of ending. I've had a migraine, and whatever's come through has been whatever's come through. Okay. Oh no, here we go. Hang on a second. Okay, Great Lakes. Okay, I wanted to say something about this, about the Great Lakes. Well, it's a simple little something. Your grandfather, Goat Man crew. Goat Man crew, yeah, men who stare at goats. It's a really good movie of being able to show about what took place. And the different government programs. It's rather big deal. Anyway, okay, here's a cute little thing. If you want it, and this is what I was taught when I was in 5th grade. Comes from my 5th grade teacher. In order to remember the Great Lakes of the United States, some mighty horses eat oats. Okay, I have to write it down because otherwise I'm not going to be able to do this. Some mighty horses eat oats. Okay, Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. It's the only way that I can remember the Great Lakes. So yeah, I had no idea that gemstone came from one of the Great Lakes. I think that is fantastic. Thank you for that information, Michelle. Anyway, anything else? You had a huge spiritual awakening where someone who worked with said I had major quantum leap. Why would that happen randomly? It was insane. Yeah, I know I need to be drinking water, but unfortunately right now, this is the only thing that settles my stomach at this second. Michelle, oh my God, Nikki, thank you. We'll never forget them again, and at least I can share after your help tonight. Yes. I loved this teacher. He was phenomenal. Mr. Janeski from 5th grade in Washington State. Mwah, you were phenomenal. Phenomenal teacher. Janeski and Brining, and oh my God, I got another one from junior high. Now I can't think of her name. Oh my God. Anyway, phenomenal shouts out. Oh my God, I love these people. They just absolutely incredible teachers. Highly, and I don't even know if they're still alive or but they were, oh my God, just awesome teachers. But yeah, some mighty horses eat oats. It's the only way I can remember those lakes. Okay, I can share after your help. Yeah, go for it. Little Cam, never eat soggy waffles. Jeez, little Cam. Okay, is it about us? Yeah. Amy, I lived near one of those lakes and never heard that one. Amazing. Yeah, it really, I don't remember where he learned it or how he learned it, I want to call it an anagram, but I don't remember if that's what it's called. You're near Lake Erie. Yeah. It was really one of the ways that I remembered it, and I actually, the only way I can remember it or remember the actual names of the lakes is I actually have to write it down afterwards. Now that's a dyslexic thing. But yeah, some mighty horses eat oats. Anyway, if you have loved or have enjoyed this program tonight or show or whatever you want to call it, and appreciate it, hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. Please share it out. There's so many good things. And I don't necessarily mean good in the sense they're good. I mean good subjects being talked about, and they really do need to be shared out. So just just know that. Paramarv says, bye folks, have a good night, day, etc. Michelle says, I just want to shout out Paramarv for being so awesome tonight, for helping Nikki in the chat, and Amy. We have Paramarv and Amy. And then Robert and Little Cam. Little Cam's come in very late, but Little Cam's here. So yeah, it's thank you so much for being here and for sharing and for being in chat, for asking your questions. We've had some really great questions. And the trolls, yeah, they were some interesting ones tonight, but they were nowhere near as bad as Monday night. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you, everybody. Heartfelt thank you. And Cheryl says, I can't wait till next Saturday. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about yet. We still never got to the grieving. That's what the subject was supposed to be tonight, was grieving and how to process and if you process and all of that. And just coming from my experience, because I've experienced over 30 deaths in my life. So, well, now It's over 35. So, because there were 4 people this year alone, so it's way over 35 now. Anyway, and I deal very differently than a lot of other people, so that's what I wanted to talk about. It just didn't get there. Hopefully, we'll get there next week, but also talk about other things as well. Anyway, have a very good Sunday. Have a very good, it's not your fault, dear. Have a very good Sunday. I hope you have a phenomenal week this coming up week. And take very good care of yourselves. Make sure you get your water in, like I need to tonight now. Do what you need to do and help change your frequencies and help raise your own consciousness. Bye, folks. Take very good care. Bye.